I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawn. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcasted like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What is good? It's your man, the number one chief rocker in Knicks universe, Uncle Freezy, and welcome to the Knicks Morning Drive. I'm joined by Chuck Allen, right? Y'all know how we get this thing crank up in the morning. Blue tears, orange tears, Florence tears. Let's go. Let's go. Right? Throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. And if you got some loot and a stick of juicy fruit, somebody say, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Scream. Jaman. Hey, y'all know how we get this started. Well, let's get it started with a quote from the great American poet, Grand Poobah. The great American poet, Grand Poobah says, not a lot of people think this is easy as it looks. Books and books of rhyme concepts and hooks. Session to session to get thoughts manifested, stressing and stressing to hit the world with a blessing. Bam! Let's go. Let's go, Knicks fans. How y'all feeling this morning? Let me hit y'all with one more quote because I feel so fortunate to be the number one chief rocker in Knicks universe, coming here, giving you that dope Knicks content the way you guys like to have dope Knicks content delivered to you. You feel me? I feel blessed about that, right? And so I'm going to quote the great American poet, CeeLo Green. CeeLo Green says, it's such a blessing when my eyes get to see the sun rise. I'm ready to begin to get further away from where I've been, but I'll never forget everything I went through. I appreciate the ish. Because if I had went and took the easy way, I wouldn't be the strong brother that I am today. Everything that I did, different things I was told, just ended up being food for my soul. Bam! Shout out to the great American poet, CeeLo Green. And since we in that mode, I'm going to do one more. And this is for the Eastern Conference, right? I'm going to quote the great American poet, and this is a shot, yes, indeed, a shot at the Eastern Conference, the NBA Eastern Conference, right? Prodigy says there's a war going on outside no man is safe from. You can run, but you can't hide forever from these streets that we done took. You walk around with your head down, scared to look. You shook, because ain't no such things as halfway crooks. Get up on your feet this morning, Knicks fans. Let's go. Today is a day to be excited, right? Let me first bring in, you know what I'm saying, the big homie, you know what I'm saying, Chuck Allen. How you doing this morning, Chuck?
What's going on, Unc? How you doing this morning? I'm good.
Man, I'm super. Well, hey, listen, it's weird because I had some business stuff going on this morning, and I was tapping my foot like Sonic. I'm like, y'all killing me. You know what I'm saying? You know how cats get around and they just love to talk. Catch me. Everybody ready to go, and then the cat be like, I just got one more thing to say. And you're like, oh! Yeah.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
That make you almost want to pull your hair out, like,
They make you so mad. They make you want to pull your eyebrow hair out, yo. You just like, oh!
that's just about as bad as you done been in church all morning, and the pastor is like, all right, we about to bring it on in. And one more thing. I'm almost done. One more thing. And I'm like, oh man, sir.
Turning your Bible to Ecclesiastes.
Like Ecclesiastes. That sounds like we about to be in here another hour. Ecclesiastes.
Another hour and 17 minutes.
I should have packed a lunch.
Nobody hardly read. You like, oh God. Yeah, man. Yo, so let me first start by let me secondly, I guess thirdly, let me do some shout outs this morning.
Yes, sir.
Big Who in the building. Snipes Entertainment is in the building. JJ, I see you. Bodega, what's good? Yo, I'm sorry about the vibes and stuff thing. The vibes and stuff thing just was a casualty. We just couldn't get.
Yeah, man.
Vibes and stuff was a casualty this morning, not because we didn't want to do it. It's because people like to talk. Let me just leave it like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
It is what it is. Black University is in the building. Wayne Peterson, what's good? I see you. Pudge Nice is in the building. Rich Boy is in the building. L Train, what's good? Mr. Vince, my older brother, is in the building. Mr. Vince is my older brother, but he only older than me by like 200 days, like 300 days. So I'm gonna just say Mr. Vince is 50. Mr. Vince is older than me by like 200 days, and I'm lying about both our age right now. Yeah, man. Hey, y'all, listen, I'm super excited. Chris Burks was good. Kareem Grant is in the building. What's good? Hey, shout out to Kareem Grant, man. Kareem made Sims event, the draft event in DC, man. All the Knicks content creators that met him felt like he was a salt of the earth person, man. Shout out to him. I'm glad you're here. Hanging out with us as usual. Miss Geraldine is in the building. What's good? Look, y'all better not step on them bowling lanes. Talking about gambling, Miss Geraldine. If y'all want to keep y'all light bill money, I'm just telling y'all. I'm just saying. A to Z Media is in the building. What's good, y'all? What's good? Joseph Gonzalez, what's good? Mr. Ray is back. Ozzie Henry is in the building. What's good? Fish is in the building. Fish, congratulations, bro. I know I said it in the text chat. I know I said it in the text, but I'm saying it live on screen. Man, congratulations, bro. Keep doing your thing. Keep doing your thing, bro. Conman is in the building. What's good? Keyshawn, what's good? Ella Sound, what's good? I see you. Eli M is in the building. Quality Jumper is in the building. Quality Jumper is another. Quality Jumper made the event, man. Glad, man, people were excited to meet you, bro. There's buzz like Quality J is a good dude. You know what I'm saying? What's good, Quality J? Julian Blum is in the building. What's good? Danny Lee, what's good? I see you. The ghetto intellect is in the building. So y'all know y'all better come smart. Y'all better come smart this morning because the principal is in the building. What's good? G.I., I love you, bro. Cayenne Pepper, what's good? Knicks to be 2026 NBA champs is in the building. Toonie Music. Anthony D is in the building. What's good? White Falcon. Kaiser Saucy is in the building. What's good? I see y'all. Wapo is in the building. Y'all be careful. Wapo is in the building. You know Wapo don't play. What's good, y'all? What's good? Chuck, we've been busy. The Knicks have been busy. I want to.
Isn't that
Chuck,
something?
Yeah, the Knicks have been busy.
Worst franchise, worst front office has been busy. Oh, really? What's going on?
Man.
What's the scuttlebug? All right, that might have been too much. So what you hearing? What you hearing?
Let me
hearing on these Knicks streets?
Let me throw a thing out there for Chuck, because Chuck went off on me backstage while I was doing. Listen, y'all. Sometimes things like I got to do like the fine tuning of stuff before I jump on, and sometimes it caused me to be early, on time, or late. You know what I'm saying? Like little backstage YouTube settings and stuff. Sometimes you got to make sure all them joints is right. No matter, you could do it on your homepage, but you still got to go and fine tune. If not, you'll be in the chat by yourself. So while I was doing that, Chuck had went off, and I was like, "Dang, I hate that I'm wasting it right here." And so, knowing that fact, I'm going to troll Chuck because I know he can't help himself and go off. Because y'all got to hear this with Chuck. Y'all have to hear. Y'all have to hear this. Yeah, yo, this is for two people. What Chuck was going in on is for the smart listeners and the emotional listeners, right? And some of y'all are both, right? Right. But what Chuck went on is for the smart people, like the people that have like that think at that higher level of everything just can't be dribble, shoot for that crowd. And for the emotional ones that are tired of the Knicks not doing anything for 50 billion years. So Chuck, knowing this, I got to ask you.
Yes.
Is Jalen Brunson the best point guard that the Knicks have ever signed in free agency? Can I compare his salary to what other point guards in the NBA make based on his resume? Right? And is Jalen Brunson a difference maker? Does he move the needle?
Okay. Jalen Brunson is a fine player, right? But we're talking based on his resume, because I know yesterday that was the conversation that I thought something maybe was getting lost in translation in the chat. Was the reason folks feel that he's getting overpaid, and when you compare him to other guys that are getting paid in that price range, they have a resume that commands them, that they can command that kind of money. Your rookie,
okay, bro,
like your rookie contract is based on potential, what they think you can be, right? Because we know that the college game and the NBA game are two different games. Some people come in firing on all cylinders, and then some people may need a year or two to get acclimated to the speed, the physicality of the NBA. But after you've put some time in, a lot of these guys have resumes that will get them into the Hall of Fame. So them getting that kind of money, even at this point in their career, however old they may be, they've done something in their past to command that. Now, Jalen Brunson did have an excellent playoff series, but from my experience, New York Knicks have made too many missteps when it comes to that. We'll see somebody have a good playoff series, and then we will sign them to big money, and it just doesn't work for us.
Jerome James.
Boom. Y'all see the avatar. Looking back at us like, and what? I took it, and what? So
what?
like, I'm not saying he's a bad player. I'm not saying that we could not use his talents, but for the price and what he would command now, I don't think so. And people will say, well, yo, this is what they're getting on the market. I beg to differ. Jalen Brunson was willing to take a 4-year, $55 million deal with Dallas, but Dallas didn't want to do it. He said he would stay for that. And they played the long game, right? And then he shows up in the playoffs. Now, like Fat Joe says, yesterday's price is not today's price, right? So his value, his market shot up only because we're the only team that needs that are in desperate need of his services. There's other teams that can use him for sure, but we're the team that is desperate for his services, right? So I figured if he was worth, a little over $10 million, like 11 and some change, to now double that, that's $25 million on the books for Jalen Brunson. You have $25 million or so on the books for Julius Randle. You have about 18 for Evan Fournier. That's a good chunk of salary for, in my opinion, a mediocre squad. I don't like that squad doesn't even, in my opinion, make the play-in. We might make the play-in. And you'll be tied to that for the next couple of years. I don't think we should do that. Hamstring the agency. I mean the organization with a bunch of good players on deals that they got because we were desperate. Right? I don't think anyone else is going to be willing to pay that because there are not a lot of teams that need his services as a starting point guard. Right? Also, I would consider. All right, I'm gonna jump into conspiracy, Chuck, real quick, and y'all can flame me if you want. Jalen Brunson's dad becomes a coach on our coaching staff, right?
Okay.
This was a middle of the season move, right? So it would appear that okay, something's must be in the works because we signed his dad in the middle of the year. He's coming up on the end of his deal with the Mavericks, so all signs point to him going to the New York Knicks because they're the team that is in desperate need of his services and they're willing to overpay. I think this all is an elaborate push to get Dallas to pay him more money so he can stay in Dallas. Because if his dad was if Rick Brunson was that good of a coach, should have been on the coaching staff at the beginning of the season. because that's not something they just found out in the middle of the season or late in the season that he's a great coach or he's someone that you could use on your staff. Am I right or wrong about that?
Okay. I understand. I see all the details coming together. I see all the details coming together. Okay.
Because I've noticed that everyone who's connected to CAA with their relationships, these people get opportunities that they wouldn't other maybe be considered for. Think about all the coaches that have been on our coaching staff that have gotten jobs elsewhere, gotten offers elsewhere, right?
Right.
Them doing favors and making these deals that we'll say, oh, it ain't nothing. But when you look at it, it's like, yo, that looks like a good business move to have to curry some favor with folks for something down the line, right?
Right.
So I feel like this was a move to like make Dallas flex and come up off that money and pay Jalen so he could stay in Dallas. Why? He made his bones there. There ain't a whole lot of pressure for him there. He's playing second fiddle to Luka Doncic. They're in a better position to win a title. He lives in a state with no income tax. Am I correct? Is Texas one of those places?
Yes, Texas is one of those places.
So why would he want to come to New York and lose half his bread to play with an organization that looks like it's on a treadmill right now? Smart money, the safe money is leverage as much money as I can get out of Dallas to stay. If they bump it up to 15, he can stay for 15. Because if he comes for 25 here, New York taking 40% of that off top. Give me that. So you do the math. What's not enough motive to stay in a no income tax state with a team that's already primed to win, that made a playoff push? I don't understand how come that's not enough motivation. You can't say it's to come to play in the big bright lights of New York City. These lights been dim for a long time until a star comes and do some miraculous stuff on the garden floor, and then you'll have your quote unquote biggest fan out there taking pictures in Spike Lee. All I'm saying is, if we get Jalen Brunson, we get him. I'm a root for him. I'm going to be in the chat talking about what we need to do and how we can make things better. But I'm saying before we even get to that step, maybe we should be thinking about not doing that. I would take a chance on Tyrus Jones. Why? You get him way less than you were going to pay Jalen Brunson.
Financially, right? Financially,
right,
not role,
right,
but financially, right? Okay.
Financially. And are we saying Jalen Brunson is once we get him, we end our point guard search? We got our point guard for the future, or is he a stopgap? Or he's a fill-in until something better comes along? And I say if he's a fill-in for something that is hoping that something better comes along, then you go with Tyrus Jones, because statistically he fits what we're trying to do. He doesn't turn the ball over a lot. He gets good assists. He's able to knock down shots. If you go look at his stats, with 21 minutes per game, they were pretty solid for a backup point guard who was getting some starter minutes. And I know some people are probably going to say, well, Chuck, that doesn't move the needle either, but it doesn't handicap the franchise by overpaying for a guy that is going to be on your books for the next 4 years, and you have a all-star superstar in question with RJ Barrett, the amount of money that you're going to have to pay him, because we already know the Pelicans has offered Zion the full max. The full max.
Right.
Heck with your injuries, and we know what we got in you when you are right.
Right.
We're not 100% sure yet. We know we got a solid player. We know we got a worker, because this guy has improved every year since he's gotten here. But even in those improvements, it's still not like that's the guy, in my opinion, right?
Okay.
I think we ought to look at this free agent roster class and see if there's someone out there worth salvaging, someone worth taking a chance on. There are a couple of point guards that are under 25, but they're restricted free agents. I don't know how y'all still feel about Sharif Cooper, but I say we already got McBride, so I don't know. The consensus is Colin Sexton is more of an undersized 2 than a true point guard. So I don't know if you pay him, and if you do, what are you paying him? Or does he get the same amount of money Jalen Brunson would possibly get from us? How do y'all know that? Like, I don't know. Let's get to that super chat right there.
So Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says Tyrus can't come in and step to Randall like Brunson.
Who the f is Jalen Brunson that he can come and step to any? Like, where are y'all getting that from?
All right.
Evergreen, right. I would say let IQ rock. I would say let IQ rock.
I'm interested in seeing what the chat is thinking, because listen, I ain't gonna lie to you. My personal excitement, ladies and gentlemen, Uncle Freezy's. You know what? I think I have. Do I have a meme? Does Uncle Freezy have a meme? Does Uncle Freezy have a? So, my personal excitement is not even about Jalen Brunson. And trust it, and y'all listen. I'm gonna throw the link in the chat, because I know it's gonna be a wild morning. I know it's gonna be a wild morning. I got my cowboy hat on. You know what I'm saying? I already know it's gonna be a wild morning, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm ready for people to go run and get the shepherdie. I was gonna say the deputy and the sheriff, and I said shepherdie. But look, I already know that people gonna run and get the deputy and the sheriff. It's gonna be, you know what I'm saying, a shootout in the middle of town at noon. You know what I'm saying? I understand that, but I just want to get, my excitement is this. Kemba Walker is gone.
Damn.
Nerlens Noel is gone.
Damn.
Alec Burks is gone.
Boom. We should be dancing.
That's my excitement.
Yes.
Man, and to be honest with you, I wasn't a fan of Jalen Brunson, right? I'm not saying I hate him. I'm just saying, you know how somebody offer you something, they'll offer you something, and you're like, oh, okay, that's nice. That was I didn't expect that. You know what I'm saying? It's one of them type of deals. I don't hate, dislike Jalen Brunson. Let me get to the super chat real quick, because I got a feeling he's gonna be coming in all day. Paris Duggar, thank you for your generous contribution. Paris Duggar said Brunson's got that Mark Jackson fire, bro. He a boss. And then Kanye Pepper says Fred VanVleet making the same as Jalen, same player. Okay. So that they're not really the same player,
No.
right? One is more of a spot up shooter that is deadly from the outside and a really good perimeter defender for his size. The other is the complete opposite. The other is not a great three-point shooter and not a perimeter defender, but he is indeed a pick and roll maestro and a great finisher inside the arc. So they're not the same type of player, but I get the comparison, right? They don't do the same things, but the comp is these dudes are similar, and they would have the same contribution to a championship level team. I get that what you're saying. And so with that said, Fred VanVleet makes around $21-22 million a year. Are y'all comfortable paying Jalen Brunson $21-22 million a year over 4 years? If that's the case, then that means Jalen Brunson will be making somewhere between $80 and $85 million a year. $80 and $88 million a year. Right? Right. So, but here's the thing. My excitement is not even about Jalen Brunson or what he'll do with the Knicks. My excitement is about the front office fixing their mistakes. That's what I'm excited about, right? The front office understanding that they made mistakes last year, and instead of letting these mistakes linger on and linger on and linger on and linger on and linger on, they just cut bait and moved on, right? The front office legit was like, yo, and I know this is going to sour some people's tones, right? But this crew we brought in soured RJ and Randall, so we're going to get them out of here because we believe in our boys. Whether you like it or not, Julius Randle was never going anywhere. Whether you like it or not, RJ Barrett was never going anywhere. But I tell you who is going somewhere. The people that were brought in, right? The people that were brought back on big contracts, right? That got in the way of the development of a 27-year-old Randall, a 21-year-old RJ, and now you bring in a Jalen Brunson, who is that middle tier player. He is the age between RJ and Julius, right? And he can contribute to a playoff caliber team. Now, will Jalen Brunson move the needle? In my opinion, no, right? He won't move the needle, but what Jalen Brunson addition will do is move RJ Barrett's needle, and he'll move Julius Randle's needle, and he'll move Emmanuel Quickly's needle.
Yes.
And so by design, you bring in a guy that's not gonna be he is not gonna be the ribs at your cookout. Right? He's not gonna be the ribs at your cookout. But he is definitely gonna be a damn good hamburger. You know how you got all the things at the cookout and people just get it. Here, take this hamburger, fill you up. Hamburgers and hot dogs. Here, take 2 or 3 of these hamburgers. Don't be trying to eat up all the ribs. Don't be trying to eat up all the steak. Don't be trying to get that grilled chicken breast that I've been having cooking. I have been cooking that grilled chicken breast for like an hour and some change. Boy, that thing fall apart when you touch it with the fork. Nah. Now what people will say, y'all think I'm already calling Jalen Brunson a ham sandwich, right? People are like, oh man, Uncle Freezy just want to call Jalen Brunson a ham sandwich. No, that's not what I'm doing. What I'm saying is I'm excited because these dudes that were in the way of the kids are gone.
Gone. Vamos.
These cats that was in the way of the kids are out of here, right? The people that were in the way of the kids are out of here. Nerlens Noel is gone, right? And so Paris Duggar says, hey, Paris Duggar, thank you for your generous contribution. Paris Duggar says his salary makes him the 14th highest NBA PG salary. If we sign him and that is true, I'm still in this place where I don't care. I don't because this is not even about This is not even about Jalen Brunson and what he can do, right? This is about a Knicks front office targeting a guy and getting him, right? This is multi-pronged, right? This is about the Knicks front office targeting a guy at the outset and getting their man. Previous front offices targeted a guy and did not get their man. And then they got all types of seconds and thirds. They're like, oh, we can't have KD. We'll get Bobby Portis and Julius Randle. Right? We can't get LeBron. We'll get Amari Stoudemire. We can't get such and such. We'll settle for. We can't have the suede Clyde Pumas. We'll buy some spot belts. You know what I'm saying? Well, we can't have the Nike Cortez. We'll rock these Diodoras. Diodoras was fresh though. I ain't gonna lie to you. Diodoras was dope. Diodoras was fly, bro. Diodoras was fly. They only slip up with Diodoras. Diodora felt like they was too big for urban kids. Urban kids wearing our sneakers. Okay, when we stop wearing them, y'all file for bankruptcy. How about that? How about that, Diodora? So, but anyway, yeah. So here's the thing. This is not, and I'm not disparaging Chuck Point because I feel where Chuck is coming from. Right, I'm feeling compelled to move a certain way when Chuck said his stuff. When Chuck, you know what I'm saying, did his thing, right? But here's the thing. My feeling is if they had did all of this and they chased Jalen Brunson and they didn't get him, I would be in a different mood today. Right? If they had moved heaven and earth, right, to get Jalen Brunson and didn't get him, I would be in a different mood.
But
right?
But what if the plan was never to actually get him? Like, don't get what I'm saying wrong. Like, we get him. I'm like, okay, cool. But you can't have Fournier's money on the books too, because that gives you less flexibility, and you have the bulk of your money tied up into guys by themselves that aren't going to get you to a play-in. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying is the money, because we have made moves to make our future a little brighter. 11 picks over the next couple of years. That Burks and Noel move just made me feel a lot better about what has happened thus far. And Kemba, I feel like we can move forward now. So if we can move Fournier, getting Jalen Brunson, I can stomach it a little better.
I understand. I understand where you're coming from. Let me address this super chat from our future media, and I'm going to throw the link in the chat, yo. Y'all better, hey, if you coming in here, be respectful. Don't talk over each other. Y'all know the rule. Don't come in here talking all over each other, and don't come in here and be trying to talk for like 8-9 minutes straight, because y'all know how impatient I am with that. And the chat also. Come in, state your points, man. Be dope. Right? Our Future Media, thank you for your generous contribution. Our Future Media says trade for Murray with those first-round picks they collected. Pair him with Brunson and a much better defensive backcourt than last year. Right? I feel you there. Jalen Brunson is not a defender. Let's not have that conversation. Jalen Brunson is not a defender. Right? Let's not make up stuff. Right? I understand. I'm not knocking our future right here. I'm saying let's not start this narrative that Jalen Brunson is the defender. He is not. Right? Let's not all of a sudden he's Chris Paul or Kyle Lowry. He ain't that. What he is a score first point guard that can run your pick and roll offense. That's it. That's it. He a score first point guard that can run your pick and roll offense, and he's an efficient scorer. Efficient. Right? Next to Luka. Next to Luka or with Luka around in Jason Kidd's offense. In Jason Kidd's offense, he is an efficient scorer. Right? Now, with that said, y'all know he put up these numbers in Jason Kidd's offense. Right? You know he put up now he's coming to New York. Guess who's not in New York? Jason Kidd. Guess who is running the offense? Tom Thibodeau. Right? So let's just temper this some. I'm not ready to call him a bust, and I don't want to hear y'all say that. Right? I don't want to hear y'all start getting down on Jalen Brunson when his numbers don't look the same under Tibbs than they did under Jason Kidd. Give this kid a chance if he does sign with us. Don't murder free agents off rip. That's why they don't come. Am I co-signing this? Am I co-signing, approving this free agency get? No. But if he comes, give the kid a chance. Is what I'm saying. Chuck, I'm about to throw this link in the chat.
Yes, sir. Let's get it going.
And despite the chat rules, chat rules everything around me, right? Y'all know that. Y'all know how that go. Chat rules everything around me, right? But y'all better abide by these rules. Don't come in here with no loud back noise. Chat, listen. If people come in the chat and they whack, y'all know what to do. Throw them tomatoes. If they come in here and they whack, if they got weird back noise, they scratching, throw them tomatoes. We'll get them out of here. Right? Yeah, Chuck. So my deal with the Brunson deal is I don't care about the money he make, or unless it's egregious. Like this dude better not be coming here trying to make $27 million, something crazy like that. $29, $30 million. If it's something crazy like that, bro, I'm flipping out. But if they sign him for above market value in a down free agent market, right? And for him coming to pry him away from a team to, you know what I'm saying, to come play in New York, I dig it. Because you're gonna have to overpay to get free agents to come play for New York, bro. It's
I understand
just, what it is. Yeah. But if it's something crazy, but otherwise, I'm saying, he liked them, they like him. I'm okay for letting them live. Right.
So when I was speaking earlier, you thought I was like down on Jalen Brunson?
No,
as a player. Oh, okay. Because I'm not down on him at all. I think he is definitely someone that will get us in the right direction. But the only thing, the $27 million, because I'm like, well, if his extension with Dallas was for 55, why are we going to pay 27? Like 20? I think should get.
No, but we're not paying 27. We would be paying 112 when it was 55. Why would we double his asking price? His asking price now. Remember, you said his asking price, right?
Right.
4 for 55.
Right.
Do 4 for 55, I'll stay. Why would we double his asking price to Dallas? I get it. I get that part. And is he gonna come here and be the Allen Iverson of MSG? No, he ain't gonna be that. Right? Joe Hardwell, what's good? I'm sorry.
Salute, gentlemen. Sorry about that.
Anthony D, what's good?
Morning.
Anthony,
good morning.
Can you hear us?
Good morning, gentlemen. Salute, Knicks fans. I got a basket full of tomatoes. Who want them first?
Okay, let's get it.
Let's
get it. What was wrong with my take, AD?
No, nothing, brother Joe. I mean, brother Chuck. It's just your Prince background. When the Prince, when the Prince family auction and sold the house and then stole the couch. This is a 60-degree day move. We just got to see the young man come in. I like Brunson. I've always liked Brunson. I've wanted others, but we just got to see how it panned out. He's the best point guard we've had, off rip in quite some time. So let's see how it works out.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's the best point guard we've had since Jason Kidd, right? Maybe even better because Jason Kidd was older too.
Yeah.
So it's been a while.
Ironically, he put up his career numbers under Jason Kidd.
Yeah.
The irony, right? Yeah, man.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
CWC is in the building. What's good?
What's good?
It's good, CWC.
Hey, let me ask y'all a question. Okay. If it wasn't for Brunson, right?
Is this a rhetorical question, or do you really want to answer?
Nah. Hold on. Well, let me finish, Uncle Freezy. If it wasn't for Brunson for the Dallas run, would they make the playoff without Brunson?
You want to answer? That's why I asked you if it was rhetorical, or you want to.
Nah, I don't speak that kind of language. I don't know what that means. You gotta speak my language now.
Okay. That's why I was asking you if you wanted to answer, because if you wanted to answer, then somebody would have jumped in and answered the question.
See, CWC, what you over there doing? Picking oranges? What's going on with you? What's going on?
What I'm saying, I want Uncle Freezy to answer that question. You can answer it too, AD.
Okay.
If you ain't drinking.
Okay.
Take you a long time, Uncle Freezy.
If you're asking me, first of all, I just wanted to say I wasn't prepared to come in and answer questions. I just wanted to let y'all rock. Like if y'all had a point that y'all wanted to get to, I was gonna just say, what I'm saying, just get to it and enjoy y'all, what I'm saying, the uninterrupted time. Right. But if you asking me, I would need some time to think about it.
Oh wow. Come on, Uncle Freezy, man. How about you, Chuck?
Sure. They're still a solid team.
No. I asked you that. I asked you what if it wasn't for Brunson, would the Dallas make the playoff this year?
Yeah.
And he said sure, they were a solid team.
Nah. Mm-mm. You have to remember, Luka was out. Luka was out for a minute.
No, and then next time I'll say no. Like you can't tell me what how to answer your question. That's a question. You answered. You asked me the question. I answered it, and I said yes. You can't tell me now. No, they wouldn't have. We don't know that.
Okay, Chuck. This is what I'm saying. Who would step up beside Brunson on the Dallas Mavericks to get them to the playoff?
Well, they have Luka.
No, Luka was out. I'm just saying, when Luka was out, Brunson took him there.
Yes, but the question was, would they still have made the playoffs? That wasn't, even though if Luka was out for a minute, they still would have made the playoffs because they would have still won enough of games to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah.
I got a question.
Because of Luka, they would have still been in the playoffs.
CWC, I got a question for you. Do you think if we get Brunson that we gonna make the playoffs?
Yes, sir.
Come on, bro. It like my thing is, right, I know we need better players on the team, but is you gotta think of the whole Eastern Conference, and he's gonna help us, like I said, with the basketball. He's good with the ball in his hand, but I don't think him by himself is gonna make us a playoff team. Possibility, it all has to work out for that to happen. With when you look at the Eastern Conference itself, real competitive. But if we get somebody else, then I even think our ceiling is maybe still first round with another player. Even if we get Brunson and another player, it still has to pan out as far as chemistry. You know, a lot of things gonna have to work out. A lot of players that didn't play last season still gonna have to get comfortable again and learn how to play with Brunson. So I don't think so. Yeah, it's gonna take time still, and that's the whole point I was trying to make. We do all gotta believe in having patience as Knicks fans, but it's not gonna be like that. CWC just with Brunson.
Nah, they bringing somebody else. This is CWC talking, man. They bringing somebody else in there.
Well, it's all
They ain't just gonna bring
who
Mark.
comes available and what can they get. Because it all depends. If they can work out a sign and trade with Dallas, they send out Fournier, they get 18 million, and then they waive Taj to get the 22 million. Who's the money going to in free agency? Or it's Fournier and picks and pieces going out in a trade. But who's available in trade? It's just it all see who comes available after Brunson. Like they're not revealing. They're revealing stuff in steps. Like we knew they were going after Ivy. Once Ivy didn't come through, then they revealed they were going after Brunson. So once Brunson signed, then you're going to see what's the next move. And I do believe at some point they're trying to move Fournier in some capacity as some sort of deal for an upgrade. Because I do believe I don't see the fit in this team just yet with Brunson. You put Brunson in this starting lineup, I don't see the fit. So I think there's going to be another move, maybe two, to make adjustments to the lineup because they know what they have to do to make Brunson work. They read the analytics and they see what we do. They just have to make the adjustments in the roster to give him what he needs, which is spacing.
They're bringing somebody in there. Just like Hardwood say,
How?
Who?
I can't tell you all of that.
Well, you can't tell us because you're keeping it a secret, or because you don't feel like you know.
No, I know. I know a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't know.
Did Charlie Ward
They
tell
don't call
you?
me CWC for nothing, man.
Did Charlie Ward tell you that stuff?
There you go, Hardwell.
Charlie Ward don't even know. Stop the cap, CWC.
No, I ain't say Charlie Ward told me that.
Oh,
I never said.
No, that's what I said.
I was just being sarcastic.
No, I was joking. I thought you said that. That's why I said stop the cap.
No, my brother played with this dude that was from Long Island. He played for the NBA, and I had some information.
Oh, okay. So why you can't share it?
Right.
To show your connection if they really work. If it come true, then we know.
Can't give every detail away. Can't do that.
Okay.
All right. So Paris Duggar, thank you for your generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, "Nice caddy, but why did you buy a blue one?" BS talk. I understand what you're saying there, Paris Duggar. I think what we're getting is nobody's bashing the potential Jalen Brunson signing. Like I'm legit not because I legit said not yesterday, but on this live stream that I'm excited about the front office targeting a guy from the outset of free agency and acquiring that target. And that's what I said. I said that on this live stream already. This is not like 3 live streams ago. I said it on this one. I'm excited about the fact that they targeted somebody and didn't fail. And I gave the example of signing Bobby Portis and Julius Randle when they really wanted Kevin Durant. Right? So, yeah, I'm not knocking that. What my excitement is that the organization is legit looking like they're going to try to play the kids. That's what it looks like. Right? Not new kids, right? And not you say kids, you know what I'm saying, off the street somewhere. But this core of kids, notice they didn't add a big time first round pick to this core. They kept this core intact and added talent at the back end of the roster. Your John Montero, he may or may not make the team. Trevor Keels is probably going to be a 2-way player, right? The other kid, he ain't going to make it. He like the Amir Sims from last year. Y'all remember Amir Sims from last year? Remember the small forward? He bulked up. The other Sims, right? Yeah, he bulked up at Clemson so he could play. So he could play power forward and center. By the time we saw him, we couldn't even recognize him because he was like 218 at Clemson. And by the time he got to the Knicks was like, we need a big. And he put on all that weight and still didn't make the team. Remember Amir Sims?
Yeah.
So I'm excited about the fact that the Knicks set out, had a goal, and achieved it. Right? And on top of that, I'm also excited that they realized the players that they brought back were a mistake and they got rid of them. I'm excited about those two things. And one day makes me excited that these dudes are not on cruise control.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a good thing. He didn't sit on his hands. He was like, all right, he's seen what we seen. This team's trash. I need to make moves instead of, oh, we could get close to the 4th seed and try and add to it. No, there's major adjustments happening. And it's like three vets that weren't going to be here long term just out. And it's giving us them. You're going to see Grimes. You're going to see Obi, hopefully a lot more at the 5 or at the 4, small ball 4. I hope that's what they're looking at. I hope they don't bring in another center now to replace Noel.
Right.
Because I think the key of Noel leaving was to try and have that Julius Obi time together, you know?
CWC, they saying that you the new Woj. CWC dropping Woj bombs on the Knicks on the drive. Shout out to CWC. That's our man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I do it.
I think moving Noel and Burks too also shows like a lot of the possibilities of the moves we can make, moving them old players. Like Freezy saying, you know, clearing up their mistakes and moving forward. And, you know, there's a lot of pieces available that we can add. A lot of players we get stuck on, but it's a lot of other players I heard mentioned earlier in the chat too. That's decent players. I think it's more or less about who's gonna fit better with us if they care about the young core, like Freezy saying, that make space for them to play. Then you gotta find players that you know, play alongside them well. I think Brunson ain't gonna be a bad fit. Hopefully, the next player is like a Murray type player that's, you know, still passes. But, you know, that would be tough. We said that the other day, though, Freezy, Brunson and another star.
But it wasn't realistic the other day. Today, it might be realistic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's what excites me, because before it was like, but they still got to do this, they still got to do that. And, you know, they still got to move Fournier and Taj and a couple of things, but this is a huge start. Noel been there for a while, and these are things that bother me. Like, why is these people still on the team? But they wasn't easy to move at the time. And even the other day, I thought about it with the Detroit situation. They was just getting Detroit ready to make another deal with Detroit, because this game is about, all right, we do this with you, you do this with us type of game. And these guys got to get more relationships like that, you know what I mean, with other front offices. And I think if they already dealing these guys to Detroit like that, it goes to show that all was probably connected into what they did on draft day.
Yeah, and Sam Presti, we deal like with the quickly trade back. That was with Sam Presti, and then you look at McBride and Rokas last year with Sam Presti deals too with OKC. So you're looking kind of back-to-back years. He's dealing with the same guys, trying to build relationships. So maybe down the line that might be something that could help us in some sort of way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, facts. I agree with that. That's what I'm starting to see.
Yeah, man. And so I know I should temper my excitement, bro, but I can't help it. Right now, I'm in a happy place for the first time in a long time, right? And so I'm not in an exuberant place, right? I'm not like how I felt when the Knicks clinched the playoffs. I am, however, in that place where I feel like I understand who Leon Rose is now. Right, and not totally. Let's not get it twisted, because the dude don't talk. The dude don't talk. But what I'm saying is I can at least understand that he does have a plan. Right, I can kind of back off a little bit, a teeny bit. Right, I can get off his bumper, so to speak. Right now, can I let him just go out here and rock? No. You know what I'm saying? But what I can say is that it does look like we at least have a plan. The plan is for us to put together a low budget big three. And when I say low budget, I'm talking about bodega big three with RJ, Brunson, and Randall, and have the kids be complementary to them and grow into their own type of player. And I know that some people like big three, Jalen Brunson. No, I'm talking about on nights now. We have 3 offensive weapons that we can whip out and play and have people respect. Because last year our backcourt was absolutely garbage. Our wing players did not cut to the basket, and when they did cut, and Hardwill can maybe speak to this. Hardwill, you played point guard, right?
Yeah.
You know how when you look at a certain player, because a point guard can't stare everybody down. You can't stare down your receivers, right? So, but you know how you see somebody cut and they body turned the wrong way, and you about to throw the pass, and you about to hit them in the back or hit them in the back of the head because they ain't looking.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So we had a lot of weird stuff like that going on last year, right? The dudes that did try to cut, they was doing stuff weird. Like Quentin Grimes is not a slasher.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I'm saying?
There's no easy baskets created that way. There was no real point guard IQ on the floor. And the only time we seen it was like you quickly may have to go out of you to Obi, but to Obi, one of my players, maybe to Obi, but that was like, you know, you couldn't just do it with anybody, create a play, a regular play. It didn't even have to be an alley-oop, you know what I'm saying? But just on a regular, make easy plays for teammates. And I'm not sure if Brunson is great at that neither. But when you are an offensive threat with the ball in your hands, and they got to pay attention to you, then you could create shots for other people in the flow of the game when you being aggressive and driving and getting in the paint. We haven't had that really. You know, somebody that could go off the dribble and get in the paint. So that is help for Randall and RJ.
Right.
When you think about what you were just saying, he does bring some of those intangibles.
Right. Here's another question for you too. You ever seen somebody that can shoot in an empty gym, make wide open shots in the empty gym, but when it's game time and when defense is closing out on them, they can't hit a shot?
I mean, a guy like that, like Brunson, ain't like that though.
No. That's not what I'm saying. No, I'm not calling him that.
No. Of course, I see that. I see a lot of NBA, like a lot of players are like that. They don't show up when the bright lights. You know what I'm saying? That's why I kind of gave Brunson a little bit more credit than I did before when he performed in the playoffs. You know, reference to just saying, "Oh, he's good and he's gonna be good." You want to see it play out somewhat, even though it was a sample size. You see that he can do that when the bright lights is on. So that was just the point. But it's a lot of players like that, Freezy, for sure.
Right. And so the reason why I brought it up is because a lot of our players miss shots because of closeouts, right? Because they can't get open by themselves, right? And then when you kick it to them, the closeout is so fast that they're shooting contested shots. And so while they look good in the gym shooting them, you know, on closeouts, on contested shots, they can't make these contested shots anymore, right? And so what I'm getting at is, as you add another offensive threat on the floor, now you can't glue to your man. You might have to help. You might have to swipe. Exactly. All that stuff gives you, you know what I'm saying, split seconds, milliseconds to get your shot off. And I think that improves. I think that improves the offense. Hey man, I'm gonna grab something out of the fridge real quick, and then and come right back. J Boogie, what's good?
Brothers, how y'all doing, man?
What up, J Boogie?
Hey, nice. What's good, man?
I'm just trying to be a man of my word. I said I wasn't coming back nowhere until I got some breaking news. So the news broke. You know what I'm saying? And that's a great start. You know, I feel real good. I feel Collison right now. I can feel it in the air. If you don't feel it in the air, then you don't have a feel for the game. You know, at certain times when you're playing basketball, you know, feeling a moment it's getting ready to happen. I'm getting ready to turn up or something. The momentum going to change. You know what I'm saying? That's what you call feeling in the air. You know what I'm saying? So with that, I just feel like after that hockey shit was over, James Dolan went inside there and checked all them dudes behind closed doors and told them, you don't get this thing together, get the fixing something around here. All of y'all up out of here. And I think Leon feeling the pressure. So he making moves and getting rid of these, you know what I'm saying? Great big giant cockroaches. Get them out the way. You can't step on them no more. You got to get them out the building, you know what I'm saying? And I like what he did. He got rid of Noel. He got rid of Burks. You know, we don't know how his foot gonna come back. Get him up out of here. Send him somewhere. And he's also doing business with things that can help us. He's also helping Detroit get better than us. We got your draft pick. We want to see you win games. You know what I'm saying? With Brunson coming off Dallas, you can best believe that knocked at least 15 of those victories off their roster last year. So you might as well prepare this year. Some of their victories going to go down. Get Dallas. I got your first round draft pick next year too. So, you know, you're making moves, and I'm happy, and I know it's not finished. It's not finished. You know, go on and send Evan over there. Dallas, you want to go ahead and do a sign and trade? Go on and send Evan over there and do something with that other 30. You know what I'm saying? Then we have something to bite with. You know what I'm saying? Go get a lethal player that's willing to come over here, get some extra dollars, you know what I'm saying, and rock with this thing that we're trying to pursue and put together, you know what I'm saying? I know it's a lot more for Brunson, but the thing is, sometimes you got to pay to get what you want instead of paying to not get what you're supposed to receive and still losing out. So we paid a little extra for him. That's because that's something that you wanted. Y'all done been to the club. You ain't stayed on that line. You paid extra something and went through the back door, side door, something like that. I'm not no line type dude. So I'm going to go ahead and pay him a little something extra because I want you. I need you over here. I need you. We desperate for a point guard. We had one in so long. So now we're going to get one, and I'm very happy, you know what I'm saying, for them satisfying me for giving me a playmaker with the Spalding and get them other guys off the Spalding and let them go play their normal positions and do what their career has been said for them to do. You know what I'm saying? I'm happy about the day. You know what I'm saying? And I know something else is on its way. So I'm in a good mood, good spirit. Hope you all are. Hope you all are healthy and feeling good. Everybody in the chat, blessings to you. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy the day, because the Lord knows we so quick to put up so much negative energy. That's why the positive can't come in. Now we got some positive that snuck through the back door. The negative don't know what to do. The negative running around trying to find any and everything it is to tear this situation down. And I don't understand.
There you go.
I don't understand it, man.
Right. So no, me either, J Boogie. I don't understand it. All this negative stuff.
So I'm with. So let me just have 3 quick points. First, I'm with Frizzy. I'm happy that we unloaded J Boogie. We unloaded those albatross. I want Kemba gone. I want Noel gone. I want Burks gone. I'm good right there.
Gone.
So right now, it's a successful offseason. So right now, I'm good where we are right now. If we make no other moves, I'm cool. Even if we don't get Brunson, I'm okay with that right now.
Well, but how you fill out the roster? Hey, Sarge, how you fill out the rest of your roster though, with knowing that you just got rid of 3 dudes?
Man, I think the young cats can do it. I think we actually can play the way we have right now.
No. I'm saying you already got them though, but I'm talking about what about your empty roster spots?
Oh no, and that's where I can fill it any way they want to fill it, either with some expiring contracts, or with Brunson or Murray, whatever they want to do. I'm okay with that right now. I'm just trying to stay on the positive tip and then the non-predictive future tip. Just saying, okay, I'm good with that. And I'm even good with forget Murray.
Okay. You in the Matrix,
trying to
bro.
play quarterback. And just like the 2 shortest quarterbacks in the NFL right now are ballers who can see where the player's supposed to be. Now, we do need to make sure our players have the IQ to get to those spots. As a wide receiver, which I also played, you got to make sure you can get to the spot that the quarterback can drop the ball at. So I think Brunson can drop the ball where the player's supposed to be going to and find an opening before he even gets there. It's not where he's at, it's where he's going to be. So I think Brunson can do that. So I'm okay with Brunson coming in and stopping there as well. But the third thing I'm concerned about, now the predictive part is, with the new dynamic of Murray being available, what do you guys think about the possibility of us forgetting Brunson, even though we've been making a deal, and go all out for Murray, and leaving Brunson hanging with Dallas going, oh, now you got to come back to us begging. You think that's a possibility?
Not a fan. I'm
Okay.
not a fan of them, bro. I'm
All right.
a fan of acquiring your target. Like if you have a target, go get them.
That's
You know
right.
what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because we've had so much of that over the years, whether it's by design or how did Nas say it? You remember how he said he was ethering Jay-Z? He said disrespect me something on purpose or indirect. Yeah. I see. I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to miss our target on purpose or indirectly. However, Nas said it. Nas is the GOAT, by the way. No disrespect to Jay Boogie, but Nas is the GOAT. You know what I'm saying?
No disrespect to me.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So
no disrespect. Man,
hey,
I ain't
you know you one of my favorite. Come on, bro.
Nah, that's man, yo, that's the son. That's the son.
You know
You know
one
what
of
I'm
my
saying?
favorite dudes, bro.
Music-
Every time I get your joints, I'll be playing your joints.
Music don't even have light. It don't even have light without Nas. That's and matter of fact, I'm getting ready to hang out with him. You know, in September when he got here, I'm already backstage with him. Him and Wu-Tang. Yo.
What?
Yo.
B.I.G. the best rapper ever did.
Salute Jay
Biggie Smalls, baby.
That's another topic, another story.
Yeah, hey, the CWC, my man said Biggie Smalls is the illest. Your style is played out like Arnold. What the F you talk about, Willis? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so that, but anyway, back onto this free agency thing, right? My deal is with Brunson is and I like Ashley A's thinking like go big or go home, right? Yeah, I think that's what, if I can summarize what Sarge said, right? My deal is let's play it safe. Let's get the guy that we've always wanted, bring him in, right? And make at least a decent foundation. And then when it comes time for us to go big game hunting, then we can go big game hunting. But let's be respectable first. You know what I'm saying? Because the free agent summers prior to this one were not great free agent summers, right? And so this one has the potential to be a great free agent summer, not because of all the free agents that we signed, but because we clear up the mistakes that we made in previous years, right? You know what I'm saying? And if we mess up those vibes by saying not getting Brunson, then chasing Murray, and then potentially not getting Murray, then now what are we talking about? All right, I'm out the way, guys. I'm out the way. Y'all go ahead and rock. Let me throw this grenade to nice. What does this mean on the floor? If the rumors are true, if we do get Jalen Brunson, what does this make this version of the New York Knicks look like going into the season?
Salute to everybody on the chat. Salute to everybody in the panel. Seems like we got some solid guys, or everybody is solid in the panel, so we should be good. Salute, brother.
Good morning, my brother.
Good morning, Jay Boogie. It's a pleasure to see you right back at it.
Sure go nice, baby.
So
salute, nice.
Salute, Harwell. Salute, Anthony. Salute everybody. Joe Madden, Chuck, and Gordon. I keep on calling him Gordon. So I'll say this. At least the Knicks did something. So that's a good thing to feel, because the Knicks is always in conversation of doing something and they always come out flat. So that's a positive. But the negative is, bro, that I already moved on from Jaden Ivey, but we need to get something like a Jaden Ivey. We need something explosive, and as of right now, the only thing explosive close to it is the DeJounte Murray. You don't know how much I dream with a lineup of having Jaden Ivey, Obi, and Miles Bridges, because, man, we talking about dunkers everywhere. Now, if that's not the possibility, why not DeJounte Murray, Obi, and Miles Bridges? And my thing with Brunson is that I don't have a problem with Brunson at all. but I see it in this perspective that if we have Brunson, but we still do not know what we have with the young core, I'd rather play Brunson, but please do not overplay him, and so that we can assess this young core, because right now we in the predicament that we just do not know what we have with either OVIQ, Dews, and Grimes. I want to see what we have, because if perspective comes through, and let's say in the year coming, or it could be even right now, we end up trading a young core that we just didn't had enough to assess with, and then they start bowling out. I don't want to see ourselves in the predicament of saying like, man, we had them, we could have played them the way they playing them, and now we want them back. Like I don't want to find ourselves in that predicament, and I'll leave it at that.
My just thing nice is though the value factor is, I look at it as like you have to give up 3 to 4 unprotected first, or whatever way, if it's a mixture of unprotected or lightly protected first. In a year, he's contract eligible extension. If he makes an all-star team, so you're going to give up 3 firsts and pay him $40 million. When you can go the Brunson route, get Brunson as your starting point guard for the ballpark at 25, and then make a move and bring somebody else in along with Brunson. So you're getting 2 for 1 instead of going all in on Murray. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so for a value standpoint, that's where I think it works. But my concern though is the fit, because Brunson needs to get into the lane, and there's some changes in the starting lineup that has to be made for him to fit in, for spacing wise.
I feel like he will match up well with Julius Randle. No question about it. I feel like at least he's going to take that pressure away from Julius Randle, but on the other end is defense. That's my only factor that I'm just overthinking. He's still not EP. He's not a Bullock. And if we trying to run it back, we need to bring players that is going to complement other players in both end, not only one end, both end. So as much as we love to see Brunson balling out, man, I just wish that, all right, we already got Brunson, or we going to get him is a fact. So man, just step up your defense, because we really rely. This is a team that relies on defense.
Yeah, well,
But don't.
I was just thinking about. I worked on Wall Street for about 30 years. Risk tolerance test, a risk tolerance assessment. That's what we are. Our risk tolerance is where some of us are like, yo, let's stay pat. Yo, let's get Brunson, and so let's go for Murray. So it's just a matter of risk tolerance. So we all correct in our perspective, but our risk tolerance is where some of us are like, we do have the possibility of buying the next Microsoft, or we could just buy a nice blue chip, Chase Manhattan Bank stock that just simply incrementally climbs. We're either Warren Buffett, that would just make profit every year, which is still a good, obviously Warren Buffett, one of the greatest investors of all time, is fine. Or we can go for the cryptocurrency and going, man, I could be a billionaire, in 2 years. So I think we're all accurate in where we are based on our perspective. I'm on the little side of the high risk tolerance person. I do have the high risk tolerance where I'm actually okay with taking nice profits, but man, when I see an opportunity to find, the next, Google or the next Facebook or Tesla, I got to put some money on there. I just got to put money on the table just to kind of see what I'm going to turn out with in the next few months. That's how I am.
But you don't know who they are in the beginning. You know what I'm saying? You didn't know Google was gonna rock the spot. You know what I'm saying? You didn't know Tesla was gonna be that big. You know what I'm saying? Because I agree with what you're saying, right? But what I'm getting at is wait a minute, let me address this super chat. Hey y'all, when y'all see these super chats come through, man, make sure they address the super chats, man. Make sure we keep up with them.
For sure.
So SKOE, thank you for the generous contribution. For anybody who complained about the youngins not playing should love the burst of we get a floor general and clear more minutes for the kids. And that plays right into my excitement right there. Right? My excitement is, man, we get to make room so that we can play the kids. Let's go. Let's get it. Good, nice. My bad. Oh,
Man.
wait. Let me get Sam. Sam, what's good, Sam? How you doing?
Yo, what's good, guys? How y'all doing?
What's
My
good,
bad,
Sam?
man.
Hey, why
What up,
Sam?
Sam?
Hey, why Sam yelling in his picture like that? He
And
like,
whatever,
"Ah!"
and whenever he comes through, it's like.
Hey, Boogie, you know who I was yelling for? I was yelling for this
You-
Knicks team to get Brunson. That's what I was yelling for.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Thank
Chuck,
you,
remember?
my
Hey,
man.
do you know the new vibes and stuff segment? Remember we was talking about this morning? Like,
Sir.
what was he thinking? Like, you put the picture up and it's like, what was he thinking?
Hey, listen, but honestly though, I'm pretty level-headed like I was last time. I'm not jumping out the window or anything. I think that Brunson is on the way. The price point is just what we're all gonna have to wait and see for. But I do believe that there's a potential, and I don't want this to happen because I am a fan of D-Rose, but I think he could get moved as well if they really do want to get that next star to pair with Brunson and Randall and RJ. But if that doesn't happen, expect to see a guy like Fournier or somebody like that possibly get moved. I would like to see Fournier personally stay because I feel like Brunson will make everybody on the team better. But we'll just have to wait and see. I'm kind of here just for the conversation, guys. I don't really have too many points. I just want to hear what y'all got to say.
Can I ask you something real quick, Sam, about that?
Yeah, go.
All right, so
Yo, hey,
having Fournier,
Chuck, hold up a minute. Hey, Freezy, find that noise, man. Where's that coming from?
I'm looking for it, but I can't see.
Oh, that was you.
No, I think it was Anthony.
Anthony, yeah. There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
you
I was
got for
looking
me,
for it,
Chuck?
but it wasn't bubbling on the screen. That's why I was trying to duck backstage.
Sorry, Chuck.
no problem. I understand why you would want to keep Fournier, but I feel like if you have Fournier and Brunson, you kind of have the same lack of defense when it was Kemba and Fournier.
Right.
I don't think we can afford not to have at least three solid defenders on the floor. So I think if you move on from a Fournier, let's just say it's a sign and trade for us to get Brunson and Fournier goes in that deal. I think that opens the door for either Cam to start or you start Grimes because you need defensive guys on the perimeter to stop the point of attack, especially if you got a smaller guy out there. That means you got to have someone to cover up for him in instances, like getting caught in the pick and roll and things like that. So do you think keeping Fournier in that circumstance would be good for us?
Me personally, if they do keep Fournier, he's got to come off the bench. You have to start either Grimes or Cam in his place. I could not see myself starting Fournier, but I do think that either him or Derrick Rose is getting traded as well. And it's just because of the fact, like, think about it, guys. We want the young guys to play. So with us bringing in a Brunson, this would automatically, in my opinion, move IQ to the 2 if he wants to get PT. Because let's say Derrick Rose is fully healthy and they don't plan on moving him, that's your backup point guard. That would mean that IQ is going to get run at shooting guard and not point guard.
I just really do not see IQ meshing well with Julius Randle. We literally saw the whole season. I don't want to see no part of it. Like if you gonna run it with a youngster, I'd rather just put dudes because every single time I see dudes with Julius Randle and RJ, it complements each other, you know. So I don't want to put a player in the predicament that just because I like what I see with one, I like what I see with two, but once we put them together, it doesn't look right. I don't like to force it.
And also, man, shout out to the Washington Wizards, man. Big ups to what they doing in their organization. Yeah, because we got your draft pick rights next year, too. I need you to be worse than that 14. They just made that trade, you know what I'm saying? They got on Burton and they got on Monte. They doing some things. They trying to win some games. Keep doing what you're doing, Washington.
three first next year to move up on cap space.
Yeah.
I think trading 11 pick doesn't look too bad when you think of it in the bigger picture, because it might give us way more capital if all can be next year in a deeper draft.
That's right. Detroit and Washington can be a lot better than what we are expecting them to be.
Oh, Detroit's going to be a monster. Too. We already know Detroit's going to be a monster.
The best line Jim Jones had when he was in the verses against the Locks, this was this line. And this is how I feel now we got Brunson. Hey, yo, give me the thing with the thing with the thing with the thing. You know the thing to put around the thing with the thing with the thing. That's what I need. Glad I got the thing. Give me the thing with the thing. But yo, I gotta go, y'all, man. I'm getting ready to check out, man. I've been in this hotel for 4 days, ghost writing and everything, man. I've been locked up in here, man. I'm in this whole. I gotta get up out of here, go home, be with my family, man. But you know, I got some things getting ready to come out. You best believe that. You dig?
Salute,
brother. For who? Tell us, man. For who? Let us know.
All right.
Everybody.
Salute. 3 capital S's. Y'all continue on having a beautiful Wednesday. God bless you all.
Yo, man, I understand the fear about Brunson and Fournier in the backcourt together. That is a little challenging defensively.
All right.
Oh man, so that's a little scary. So I'm okay with Fournier,
especially with Derrick Rose coming off the bench. So you have 3 subpar guards defensively.
Yep.
I do agree with my man when it comes to like cap money wise and fit wise and rotation wise. One of Fournier and Rose is going to go, because you think if Fournier doesn't go in the sign and trade, I think it'll be Rose, because and more realistically, it should be Rose first over Fournier, because you look like, why pay $14 million for a mentor or for a guy that might get 30? You get 30 games out of, and you know Tibbs is going to try and drive him to the ground. So you're better off just trying to get the $14 million in the cap and move to something else. Like as we said, we need long defensive wings. So if they can try and get some long defensive wing out of free agency or a trade, the money's better off used that way than paying it with Rose. Or even with Fournier, I'd prefer if both of them were gone.
Who do you want to back up Brunson right now? IQ or Deuce?
IQ.
Deuce.
Yeah. Deuce. Yeah.
Because most likely, this dude, he's gonna play with what's his name, with Julius Randle. So just because of that, just like I mentioned at the beginning, like, I just don't see IQ, because IQ, he wants the ball, and most likely Brunson is going to be getting the ball. And I don't know. It might be one of those that I just hope that beside all our players getting more practice minutes, as soon that the how do you call it, the season was done, man, I want Coach Thibodeau to have some more practice, so that he could literally understand and stop overplaying guys that it's just not working out. I don't want to hear that he's playing like yeah, we already know that we already got rid of Kemba. But if we see the same style of play, and there's a particular player not doing it, and wait until half of the season to actually just assess that, well, it's not working out, now I'm going to set him down. It shouldn't take you half of the season. It shouldn't. It should take you like 10 games of maximum, to me. Maximum. You cannot keep on forcing games that we could actually win.
And that's the thing with me, is if Brunson and Julius don't work out, Julius is gone. Julius is gone, because you look at it, if they're giving Brunson's going to be, until they're saying like they don't expect Brunson to be a franchise changer, which I agree with, he's not. But until they get a piece, he's going to be the guy, because he's going to be getting paid most money. He's a ball handler, and he's their guy. He's the guy they've been sought after, and they're probably going to have to overpay a little to get him, but he's their guy. So it's basically they're going to run with him. So it's Julius has to adjust, and some of these guys have to adjust, or they're gone, because they're going to try and build this thing on Brunson until somebody else is coming in, or unless RJ ascends.
You know something? me thinking about that, I have a feeling like they might have been bringing in Brunson for a different reason. The reason might be we need a player to be that outspoken type of player to tell to put everybody on track to because the thing is that last season we saw a lot of selfish going all around. And if Brunson has that type of spirit, man, all give it, man. I'm proud of having Brunson if that's the case. Because if Brunson squared away Julius Randle and squared away IQ and make it work, that whenever whoever plays with whoever, everybody is playing like a unit. Oh man, that would be a lovely thing to see.
I want to see Biden talk.
Have y'all seen that? Have y'all? Can y'all give me an example where Jalen Brunson had checked someone on the court like Luka Doncic or one of the Dallas players?
Well, we like I can't go based on Dallas due to the fact I don't be watching Dallas, but I watch the Knicks and we seen it with Bullock. So at least if he's coming in with that mentality, because remember, which is the player that's
But
getting
that's
paid
what
the
I'm
most?
asking. I'm
Yeah,
asking. You're advocating for his mentality, and I'm
Yeah.
like, well, okay, I would buy that if you showed me an example of him doing it once, twice to Luca, or someone on Dallas, because for you to say have never seen him do it, to automatically assume he's going to be the guy to come in and check Julius Randle.
How do we know that for certain if we don't even hear no type of rumors behind the lockers? Like we don't actually know what type of role he takes behind lockers. Like having somebody that is strong enough in the locker room. I know what you mean, brother. Believe me, I'm with
But
you.
but
But
he's still unestablished though, really, and he's
yeah,
still young. So that's probably
Right.
what you mean. Like that's what could cause confusion. That's what I thought when I
And
said it.
and his dad's going to be an
I
assistant coach.
felt
So
like because my whole point was before, and I asked people when I was on my show, I said, if Brunson come, and they was like, Randall's still number one. I'm like, nah, I agree with Joe just said. It's true. If he come, he's gonna be the guy. So is Randall gonna take that? Like he's gonna take third option because he lost the number one option last season, right?
Mhm.
Is that realistic? So you just think he's gonna just fall in line? I mean, it's all about an ultimate goal of just winning. If you ask
Yeah.
me, that would be like in a perfect world. I think you know what I'm saying. After what we just saw, I don't think I could see Brunson putting those guys in check in that manner. Now, if he come in and
assistant
just
coach
play
is my
good
dad.
ball, huh?
Do you think he may bite his tongue because the assistant coach is his father?
I mean,
Where
Randall got to be smart. If he know the situation, like he's saying, his father worked there, his godfather. Plus, Randall was at the game with them. If you think about it, when they went to see Brunson play, so
Mhm.
maybe he's on board with getting Brunson, right?
Mhm.
Cool. If he is, then that'll make it better for us. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Because Randall shouldn't have the ball in his hand. Brunson with the ball in his hand is better,
Yeah.
so we could see how that play. As long as we know we still not where we need to be, and I think that's just realistic. We need a couple more pieces. We got to move Fournier, move Rose, move all those pieces out the way. Because what you said, Nice, was you want the young kids to get a chance to see what you got. All right. But then you say you want to bring in other players that's already kind of established, then you won't really see what you got. So if you only bring in like Brunson and one other player and move a lot of the older players, that's just not the future of the Knicks, then I think it may fall into place. And that's probably a better thing. Now, if Randall gonna fall in line, that's a whole nother thing we gotta wait and see if he's gonna play for the betterment of the team.
but let's
No.
assume right now that we signed Brunson, we re-signed Mitch. What's our record in your prediction going to be this year, based on last year's?
Man, I
40
rather
games.
I rather
42 wins, playoff team, first round.
No,
If you,
record, yeah. Well, playoff is possible where it's a strong East, everyone beats up on the West, and 50
that's
wins.
our ceiling.
So give me the number of victories, number of wins,
Man,
win loss.
your mic is sounding bad, bro. I think.
Mine. That's on me.
Yeah, we getting feedback from somebody.
Hey, somebody's at a construction site or something.
Yo,
man, I
one loss.
rather
I'm predicting one loss record with Brunson. We'll win 44 games.
Man, I don't want to predict no type of games because I still haven't seen Brunson playing with actual players. But I'll say this to Harwell point. Yeah, you right on that end, but that also has a lot to do with Coach Thibodeau because we need veterans at a mindset that wants to actually win. If we have players that actually wants to win and it feeds off to other players, now we gotta assess the young core. We gonna play the veterans, but I just do not want to see that they getting overplayed when we have more people on the roster so that we could well assess what's going to happen in the future. So what I mean by that is that coach, if we definitely don't look like we going nowhere, there's no reason to play veterans. Just play them 5 or 10 minutes because we not going nowhere, and just man, get the most out of the young players. Let's see, because we see them with other teams. We see them. Let's say we see certain things being done in Spurs. We see certain things done in OKC. They don't have a problem playing the young core. But why? It's because they want to see what they have. They don't want to miss out. So just like I said, ain't no problem of playing. But Coach Thibodeau, he just got to figure it out that he has to split it pretty much evenly.
A lot of these teams, nice. Their young core is a little is better. The caliber of young talent that they have is better. That's why those guys get to play, and those markets allow them to do so. The people out in Oklahoma City, they still gonna come out and cheer for them young guys because they have a track record of grooming young guys, and then they're blooming into superstars.
Yeah.
Look no further than the guys that they drafted. Even though they didn't win a chip, they drafted all those guys. Those guys developed there, most of them stayed there until they realized they couldn't win a chip there. So they have a little more patience. Whereas in the big market city, in a big city with a big market, like they want, you got to come with it from the gate. If not, you're not ready.
And they sat Josh Giddey when they could have won more games.
And
You
I
gotta
think because
understand,
you
you
see
gotta
every
understand what they're
sorry,
doing. I didn't mean to cut you off, Chuck. I just wanted to say that onto your point. They sat Giddey when they could have got more wins just so they could fall in
And
the right
SGA.
spot. Yeah, so they could fall in the right spot in the draft. And that's what I was trying to tell you before, Nice. It's deeper than just about playing vets or trying to win. You know, you got to know clear as day what you're doing before you get to that point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot of teams already did that. That's why they got another star again in the draft. Now they got Chet. Like, you know what I'm saying? We don't want to do that. And then we cry about not getting nobody. So that's the thing that I keep trying to tell y'all. You can't have both. You got to understand it before you get to that point. That's the problem Knicks fans have, dying to win and not understanding the process what it take to win, or to even be considered, like what Chuck just said, as a franchise who breeds stars. We don't even have that on our resume because OKC got Durant, Westbrook, all these players, Shea. Think about it, because they making that decision better than we are right in front of your face. And that's why I keep saying that's the stuff that y'all don't even recognize. Like you just said, we got to play vets and realize until, we're not going to win. Nah, we got to know way before that what we are. Face reality. And that's what it is when you know who you have on your roster and who they got on the rosters around you, and so on and so forth.
For sure.
As I was New York, is like no regime was ever really allowed to rebuild. Like I believe this regime wants to rebuild, but they're trying to have his cake and eat it too. They're trying to win somewhat too, and I think that's just to please the fan base and ownership.
They fooling y'all. They fooling the fan base. Facts, Joe. Pardon me. My bad.
No, it's good.
I think both of y'all are wrong, bro.
It's good. It's cool.
And not because and because I want to go there with y'all. I just can't get to.
You a Knicks fan too. You a Knicks fan too.
So because I want to be there, but I just can't. It's like that point maybe is down the block for me, right? And so the reason why I say that is because I see teams tank and draft all this stuff, right? But then I see the picks that they hit on are not necessarily the highest pick that they ever gotten, right? I watch Phoenix, right? I watched the Phoenix Suns, right? They picked DeAndre Ayton number 1, right? But I think their 2 best picks may have been picked at 11 and 12, right? And Devin Booker and Mikal Bridges.
Yep.
Right.
But Freezy,
And,
they didn't. My bad. I was
no,
gonna
go
say.
ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Now I was gonna say they didn't continue. These teams, all these teams that did it before, don't continue to do that. Just because we use OKC for example, we know we call them like they do that. They like a farm for players, cool. But other teams choose the right years to do it, benefit off it, and then build strong teams off of it. You know, even if you get a couple strong players out of it, no, you're not gonna always get. But you want to be in that top. We always get in the 11th, 9th. We're not in the later part where you figure, you know, his upside to be a star is a good chance. You know what I'm saying? Even though you miss on number 1 pick sometimes, we understand that, but
Right.
we haven't been in, you know, we're not getting in the draft when we should be if we're not even winning. That's really the point.
No,
In a
I
nutshell.
feel you.
In a
I
nutshell.
feel you.
I
I
don't want
feel
to
you
be
with that
long-winded
part.
with it. Yeah, it's different examples we could give, but that's the
Right.
point.
Right. It's okay. All right. I'll give you an example. Right. The Clippers start the season. Right. The Clippers start the season. Right. Say Reggie Jackson, who is a first round pick but not high. Paul George was a first round pick but not high. Kawhi Leonard was a first round pick but not high. And then coming off the bench for them is John Wall, who's the number 1 pick. Right. Right. And so what I'm getting at is it's not always where you pick. It's not even who you pick. It's the most important part is the person doing the selecting, right? That's the most important thing, in my opinion. It's like when you go to a party, right? It's like when you go to a party and the DJ playing, ain't nobody on the floor, and all of the people like, man, this party ain't nothing. It ain't about the records that you playing. It's who playing the records. They got to get a feel for the room. What's making people dance? Like the thing is with the Knicks, in my opinion, the Knicks don't need to pick the number 1 pick in the draft. They don't need the number 1, right? They need to make sure when they pick a gem, right? Because I'll give you an example. The two dudes that we're chasing, or in theory we're chasing, because we don't know for sure if we're chasing all these people. We're speculating, and right, and no disrespect to us, you know, speculating. It's the off season. This is what we do, right? So if people mad at us for speculating during the off season, get a life, right? The thing I'm saying is this: the dude we're trying to throw $100 million at, he was a second round pick, right? The dude that we want to trade 3 or 4 first round picks for, DeJounte Murray, he was a late first round pick, right? So what I'm saying is you don't necessarily have to tank in full tank mode, but when you do get the opportunity to select the guy that high, you gotta hit on it 50-50, right? You don't have to 60%, 70%. The Golden State Warriors that you see only hit on 35% of their picks, but the ones they hit on were generational.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The Golden State Warriors didn't hit on half their picks. All these Beardrins, really? Get out of the dude. They took Golden State Warriors took 13 or 14 picks, and they hit on Harrison Barnes, Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green.
But
Everybody
Freezy,
else, you like, these ain't even NBA worthy.
Well, they gotta believe in the picks, even though now hopefully that's what they're doing. But you know, it didn't look like they knew really what they was doing pick wise. You know, they think they could go deep in the draft and find players all the time. And speaking of that, that's what these guys did.
So
And
you
they
agree?
trade
So
back.
you agree with me? So you agree with me?
No, I'm making a point. I agree with some of the stuff that you said. I don't agree. I don't agree in the whole because it has to work. I understand what you're saying, but you know, I was gonna ask you as far as RJ being the third pick, right? Who have we
Right.
had better? Who have we had better than RJ? You can say Porzingis, and then who else you gonna say? So,
Right.
so when I make that point to you, that's going to show you have a great point. But
who was doing the
the
picking?
players in that top part, I didn't say number one specifically, you know, I'm breaking down to you where you have an upside of a star more than believing in these guys' drafting skills because they don't have those type of skills. If you ask me, I haven't seen it because they pick players that they don't even believe in enough to play over these old guys. Already we did that.
Yeah.
Guys that's not gonna move the needle. That's what happened right in front of us. So I believed in Quickly, but when he couldn't outplay Alec Burks, so we say Tibbs is good, but Quickly can't play over him. So who we blaming for that? Is Quickly really not that good, or Tibbs is just that dumb? It's one or the other.
But it's
It's one
not.
or the
It's
other.
not. But
No,
it's
I'm
not.
just saying, before we give these guys credit for drafting, these are the things that we went through when they made these type of moves. So this is my counter reply after
I
me
understand
asking
what you're
who else
saying.
we got at
I
the third
understand what
pick
you're
at Arch.
saying.
Huh?
But Hardwell, I understand what you're saying. But we're not talking about once the coach gets his hands on them. We're talking about the selector.
Yeah,
right?
I agree. But the coach is a part of that, right?
Well, in theory, you would like him to be a part of the process, but you don't want it. Here's how you win in the NBA, bro. Keep your coach out of the front office.
Yeah.
That's how you win. When your coach has any say with picking players, it turns out to be a disaster. When the coach be like, how am I going to win if I don't get my type of players? You a coach. Coach the team. That's how you win, right?
Yeah, worry about your job. Yeah, facts.
Yeah, right. Because think about all these theories, right? People will say, well, this is a Popovich type of player. No, they ain't. These are R.C. Buford type players that are coached by Popovich. Right? Right? Think about this. Think about this. Another thing. Think about Golden State. Well, these are Steve Kerr type of players. They the Steve Kerr prototype. No, they're not. These dudes were here before Steve Kerr. Right? Most of these dudes, the dudes that they want to play, were here before Steve Kerr.
Mm-hmm.
Right? These are Phil Jackson type of players. No, they're not.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Jordan was a Chicago Bull. Scottie Pippen was a Chicago Bull. Horace Grant was a Chicago Bull. Kobe Bryant was a Laker. Shaq was a Laker all before Phil Jackson arrived.
But you know,
and hold on for a second. Let me give you some more examples because what's happening is people are thinking the draft saves you. Like, oh, this coach goes in. Man, LeBron James wasn't selected by Pat Riley. He was signed as a free agent. Chris Bosh wasn't drafted by Pat Riley. Right? You know what I'm saying? So all these when you look at all the dynasties or all the people that have done it right, like people talk about you signed Mujiri. Oh, Mujiri is a genius, man. We need to pay him $100 million a year to come here. Okay. He didn't draft Kawhi. He didn't draft Kawhi Leonard or Marcus Hall. He traded for him. Right? The dudes in Milwaukee who probably did the best job out of anybody. In my opinion, if you want to be impressed by a front office, don't look at Golden State. Don't look at San Antonio. Look at Milwaukee. Milwaukee took Chris Middleton in a deal as a throw-in. Detroit forced Milwaukee to take Spencer Dinwiddie and Chris Middleton in a deal in a point guard swap. And the only reason why Spencer Dinwiddie is not a Milwaukee Buck is because the Milwaukee Bucks didn't have the roster to take them. They would have got Chris Middleton and Spencer Dinwiddie from Detroit in a point guard trade swap for Brandon Knight and Brandon Jennings.
Mm-hmm.
Right. They drafted Giannis knowing that he wasn't going to be ready for 3 years. And they knew it.
Mm-hmm.
On draft night, they were like, yeah, we know he ain't going to be ready for 3 years. Right. They start telling the story. Yeah, the kid, he only ate once a day. His brothers, he got to make it because he got 3 younger brothers right now that are starving. He got to make it because if he don't make it, his brothers might die. Right. And so all these things, they was putting out here all this stuff. Like they call him the Greek freak. They not even listen. They from Nigeria that moved to Greece, right? And so it's all these. Like if you want to look at the model for how to do it right, look at Milwaukee. Build it slow because to further the point, Rayology. What's the name of the kid that the Bucks took number 2 overall after Wiggins? You remember the kid they took number 2 overall after Wiggins? Jabari Parker. They took Jabari Parker at 2 after their worst season, right? He wound up being a flop because of injuries and because he couldn't keep his big behind in shape, right? They took him at 2 in a tank season, and the picks that worked out, the players that worked out for them is the throw in a point guard swap trade. And a dude that was only 190 pounds because he can only afford to eat 1 time a day.
Freezy. That's why it's called the lottery, bro.
And yeah, and
that's why it's called
that goes
the lottery,
to your point.
Freezy.
That goes to the point.
And you're not always gonna hit, but you have to do both when you're not winning. You got to do both. You know what I'm saying? You gotta get players out the draft because you're not winning. What is it equating to? You can't try to act like you're winning and get a couple more wins. That's why I use the Giddey example for them sitting him. And you said Shea. They sat Shea as well.
They sat SGA, yep. And they sat T.L. Meladon and
so they
and
could get Chet homegrown. You see what I'm saying? Now, to me, right, I'm not saying that's going to change the way they do business because that's what they've been doing, right? But a team like us or another team that make that move a couple times, that puts them in a better position to build off of. Because now we wouldn't be saying, oh, it would be more like most of the people say, oh, I like RJ. They trade everybody for RJ, but that's one of the main players that we got, in that type of situation. That's what I really wanted to say. But you right.
But what I'm
I don't
saying
disagree with you. Your points are correct.
But to what you're saying, like you mentioned names, right?
Mm-hmm.
The most important name in that process that you said, not SGA, not Giddey, not Trey Mann, not T.O. Maladon, not any of them guys. The most important name was the selector, Sam Presti.
Yeah,
that's what I'm getting at.
Facts. But it was an example that led to the main person that's making a move to do that. Facts. But at the end of the day, everybody got to be on board for that.
But you know something? If
it changes just him being.
Hold on a second, because I don't know if yesterday yesterday you said something before you left before we wrapped up the stream, right? And I told you that I didn't agree. And today it's you're saying something else, and what you're saying is the reason why I didn't agree. You know what I'm saying? Because even the best franchises because you were saying something about playing the kids and staying in the lottery, and I'm like, I don't agree with that because is the selector, like you saying, it doesn't matter where you're picking, it doesn't matter who you have in free agency, it's just getting the right players for your team.
Right, but Eddie, that's what I said. I said leaving the first round. I didn't say take
I
for
couldn't
the
even
first
remember what I said yesterday. So
right. So my frustration was because
it could have been a bomb that you threw before you left, because that was the last thing you said before you left, and I said I didn't agree, and you said right. But today you're saying something to actually.
It's not different, Eddie. See what I said yesterday.
Okay.
What I said yesterday is that they had the opportunity to leave the draft with
a young kid.
with Ousmane Dieng at 11 and Jalen Duren at 13. Right.
And listen to the chat. We never said OKC drafted SGA. We never said that.
No, nobody said no.
So pay attention before you say something we said. We never said that OKC drafted SGA. That was not what we said. My bad, Freezy.
No, they got SGA in a trade. but Sam Presti pulled off that trade for a first year player, right? So that's semantics. That, you know what I'm saying? They you know, people get it. But what I'm saying is like to Eddie C. What I'm saying to Eddie C. is that Ousmane Dieng and Jalen Duren were not picked in the top 5. They were not picked in the top 10, right? What I'm saying is the Knicks had the opportunity to add talent to the roster and they didn't.
Yeah.
That's what I was getting at. Not the whole, you know, you got to tank for 7 consecutive seasons and hopefully to get a guy. I never
But it
buy
still
into that.
begs to the argument that who knows if they're gonna, you know, do we
Perform.
have the Giannis time? Do we have
Yeah.
the time for Usman Dank to say we're gonna sit you for 3 to 4 years? The stories are not the same.
Yeah.
The you know what I'm saying?
If
To think of it like that.
if
I'm a Usman Dank fan, right?
Me too.
So I'm
Me
an
too.
Usman Dank fan, but
That's why I was
I
frustrated
still
about the
don't
move.
know if he'll turn out, and if he does turn out, the reasoning behind it was because what we're doing today or getting last night,
mm-hmm.
right? And I also want to point out that we made the trade last night with Detroit, but you still never know if the 13th pick that we gave Detroit and Jalen Duren is going to be part of this trade,
Yeah.
because we didn't, in that trade that you saw yesterday, we didn't bring back any player, and in the trade you have to bring back something,
Yeah.
be it a second round pick, be it a first, a player, you know what I'm saying? Something has to go back to the other team when you do trades. And
Yeah.
in the tweet, there was no player that came back to Detroit, so that leads me to believe that trade in particular could be with the Jalen Duren trade at the end of the day when it comes to Thursday, Friday, or could be part of another trade for Jalen. You know, I don't know what that can be. But then if
Now,
you add that, let's say you do add that to the Jalen Duren trade. So then what you're saying is that you traded Detroit, Jalen Duren, Noel, Burks, 2 second rounders, Kemba Walker. You know, we got off all that money. We had to give him something of value, which was the 13th pick, and we get back whatever we're gonna get
Eddie,
back. You know what I'm saying? So
Eddie.
then that gives you when we said the trade was it was a bad trade on our hands, giving up Jalen Duren 13th pick
Oh,
for a
hold on, Eddie,
2025 Milwaukee pick,
Eddie.
then that's the reasoning. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I just want to chime in real quick. They said it's 2 different trades. It's not the same. It's 2 different trades.
That's what I
Draft
said.
night
I
trade.
said that's what I said. I don't know what trade, but in a trade you have to get something back. You just can't give out everything and not receive something back. That's not a trade. I just gave the example that if it is made in the Jalen Duren trade, that can be the premise. It can be in the. I also said it could be in the Jalen Brunson signing trade, or it can be in another deal. I don't know that yet. I'm not a fortune teller.
The only thing I just have to say is that if you want to win championship games and there's a player that is a generation type of player, I do agree. There's no question about it. Get that player. It doesn't matter if it doesn't mesh well with the coach, but beside those 3 that we like, there was like a lot of fan base preaching for Jaden Ivey, Ben Math, and Johnny Davis. I felt like they did correctly what they were supposed to do. Just get out of it, because the thing is, whoever we do add, it has to mesh well with Coach Thibodeau. We got to give Coach Thibodeau something that at least works with him. If it's not a generation player, we got to go Plan B. Plan B is mix him up with somebody that he's willing to work with, because he sees that it's a great fit. So we seen that Coach Thibodeau already got 1 and front office got 0 on that end last season, because they actually got Evan Fournier, they got Kemba, and neither one of those 2 got Coach Thibodeau or Julius Randle wanted. So we can, just because we see talent elsewhere, we can't be assuming that it's going to work out with a coach like Tibbs or with a player like Julius Randle. We got to make sure that everything works out well if it's not a generation player.
So, the selector So the selector. My point is the whole tanking thing and playing the kid. All of these topics are exclusive to their individual points and subject matter. Like the tanking issue is the tanking issue. You know what I'm saying? Lose games so that you'll get higher position in the draft, so that you'll have a higher likelihood of drafting a great player, potentially a star. Right? The draft process, and what I'm speaking to is if you get multiple chances at it, as opposed to tanking. Like my deal is, I value the first round picks. I would rather have more first round picks and have more chances to draft great players than I would to say try to hit a home run drafting a Kevin Durant. Right? Because a lot of teams, it's impossible to be pitch perfect on drafting guys. It's the reason why Sacramento drafted Tyreek Evans over a skinny kid out of Davidson, right? Because Tyreek Evans and looked the part, right? Y'all remember Tyreek Evans?
Yeah.
Remember, and Sacramento took him over Steph Curry.
Then he
right?
won Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, because he looked the part. You know, you feel me? And so, but if you ask Sacramento to do it over again, they would take Steph Curry, right? So what I'm saying is when you have multiple chances, and it's the point that I was making, like what Eddie C pointed out. It's not that I want the team to tank. I prefer multiple first round picks, which is not the same thing, right? It's not.
Breezy, not to cut you off, OG. The problem with them picking Tyreek Evans is he thrived at point guard, but they wanted to make him a two guard. So they didn't really use him as the position that he really was going to play. So it's also coaching, right? It's not just about the players you pick. It's about if they're going to be utilized properly.
Can I ask you a question, Freezy?
That's the most important thing.
I just want to ask a quick question. Are you taking into consideration that most of those teams that drafted well in your example, it was the same front office pretty much for the entirety of that region? Because we
I wanted to get
front offices.
like we moved the goalposts a teeny tiny bit. I wanted to get to that.
Okay.
I want to get to the stability aspect. That's why, because you have to be stable too, and not stable in the front office, but you have to have a stable owner, right? Because if you remember, the Milwaukee Bucks changed ownership. Remember, they changed ownership, brought in a new guy, and he said in a press conference, he said, "We're not going to be able to attract free agents to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So what we're going to do is make the environment in Milwaukee one of the best places to play." And his motto was the Memphis Grizzlies, who was just coming out of the whoop that trick era, the grit and grind era. You remember how you remember the old Memphis Grizzlies, the grit and grind era, where they couldn't attract
the Tony Allen era?
Where they couldn't attract free agents there by scenery, but they can invite. I mean, they could excite potential free agents by the environment that you step into, like a college type atmosphere. So those were the things. So they built a brand new arena. Remember, they moved out of the Bradley Center. Remember the old school Bradley Center? The Bradley Center was like 50 years old. They built a brand new thing, kind of like in the mindset of a Levi Stadium for the 49ers, where everything is, so when you step in, you get free Wi-Fi, you jump on Wi-Fi. Everything is super modern for the NBA fan. No matter where you sit, you have the scores and stats and everything everywhere where you walk in, and it's like an environment where everything is super modern, right? Everything is super modern. And so it was more about the experience than it is about the players. And so when potential free agents come there, they're like, okay, I don't know if I would have ever lived in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, but the fans and the people love you so much. They love the experience that it's just fun being in a positive atmosphere. And oh yeah, we got a Greek freak that's on the way too.
Freezy. That's a little bit unfair because neither Milwaukee or Memphis have gotten any major free agents. Neither one, unless you count Chandler Parsons.
Right. Right.
There's no free agents that they're winning. Now they've drafted well instead of gone after, like their drafts have been better. Their trades have been better, but we can't say evidently. And even with Golden State, the only real free agent that they've won is Durant, and they've done that after a 72-win team lost in the finals.
Right.
Like Golden State never signed any free agents, and when they came up in the Mark Jackson era and then switched to Steve Kerr.
Right, but I didn't mention Golden
I
State.
didn't mean to cut you
No,
off.
I'm just mentioning stuff like because they have an agent as a GM. That's the
Nah, they
most
stole
comparable
Iguodala
thing
from
I could
Denver.
use.
Gotta say that though. They did steal Iguodala from Denver though.
Yeah, but that was a trade.
Yeah, they got him.
But
That was
no,
was a trade.
That wasn't a trade. It was a free. He got traded to Denver, and then he.
I would actually like to move. I would actually like to move to
fine.
dissecting the reason because I mean the Knicks have traded picks to get future picks, but this is actually like the first year where they traded away a pick out of the lottery, which is you know, you don't really see that much, right? And it could take people aback, you know, because usually the people that are in the lottery are bad and they need to add talent to their roster. And we had a surplus of players, middling players, young players, 1C players, where there's just not enough space. So, you know, if we can dissect, because, you know, I don't know if people are upset that we did that. That we didn't add Usman Dang to the roster.
But at the same
so it's stupid. Okay, so it's stupid.
No. I'm not saying it's stupid.
Say that again, Eddie.
Huh? No, somebody said it's stupid, and
Eddie, I'm not saying it's stupid. I did respond, but I didn't think it was stupid.
It was you. I think it was somebody here in the corner with with the skateboard. If that's the why is that? Why is your answer as such?
Oh boy!
Because I
did you just pick up?
Did you just
fight with what's up, bro? No, I didn't know who it was, but
what up, Mark?
Hey, who's Mark is in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up, Uncle Freeze?
Hall of Famer. Look at him.
I hope you got your
himself.
sandwich.
What's good, bro?
I hope you got your sandwich with extra mayo beside you.
Well, what's good, bro? It's good to see you.
So yeah, Mark, why is it stupid to you?
I'm just saying, I'd rather take the talent because, again, there's no one on this bench of our team that's not irreplaceable. Everyone's irreplaceable.
Everyone's replaceable.
I thought at 11 we could have got value.
Right.
Period. We could have got value.
Okay,
so
we picked Usman Dang. So let's talk about reality. That's what happened. You picked Usman Dang. Okay, you said you think that Usman Dang has value, and I'm with you because, like I said, I'm a fan.
He's a 6'10" playmaker and has high ceiling, bro.
Right,
but we can all admit like he's 2 or 3 years away, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Do your thing, bro. That's what I was gonna say. That we might not see Usman Dang play good until the 3rd year, going to the 4th year where we have to extend him to a 4-year, 80 million, whatever the case may be. I don't know the numbers, but we're talking about real money, right?
Right.
So by that time, we picked the 11th. We picked a player today, which is the 11th pick, which is Usman Dang in this case. We're gonna have him in the garage with all the rest of our cars that we can't take out because we have so many young guys.
Eddie, you have to speak in context with the Usman Dang. Usman Dang was the OKC pick. That wasn't originally a Knicks pick.
No, sir. Usman Dang was our pick, and we traded it to OKC
because they had a deal in. They had a deal in place.
Yeah, they had a deal in place.
But still, who knows if we said, okay, if we don't trade this pick, we're staying with Usman Dang. We picking Usman Dang. Would you like to have Usman Dang?
I didn't mind that pick. He's a 6'10" playmaking person that
I
could.
think at that point in time, he's the best player available. Yes.
Oh well, no, not actually. You had Jaden Williams, you had Mark Williams, and you had Derwin
AJ Griffin.
Too. Those are high level prospects also.
In my opinion, Usman Dang is the best player available at 11.
Nah, not to me.
That's
but that's his
opinion
opinion.
based.
That's an opinion. That's an opinion.
That's opinion. But the point that I'm getting to is you're going to have a player that you're not going to play in your lineup. He's going to be in the G League probably for the next 2 years, probably play the third year. By that time, you don't even know where you're at, right? His salary is going to start at $3,757,200. Could be peanuts for some guys, right?
Yeah, it is peanuts to the Knicks.
It is peanuts. That's $4 million that you're not paying though, right? And if you go to Twitter right now, it says that what it was 122 million was going to be the cap. It says that it can rise up to 10%. So if you do the math, that's $12,200,000
extra. Yeah.
So you're adding $4 million to the $220,000. That's $16 million, because this is how the mathematics works when it comes to you want to do something in the future. You want to do free agency, right? Because we all know that Knicks are not going through the draft anymore.
That's a big mistake.
So if you don't,
are you saying no more period?
That's
No. He don't mean no more period. He probably talking about in the short term.
Just this year.
Deal.
Oh, just this year. Because I think they're going to draft next year.
At the point in time, yeah, we're talking about this time. Like draft, the draft wasn't.
He's talking about this draft. It wasn't all that. It wasn't.
And everybody knew that, right?
Wasn't.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But next year is different.
Next year is different.
But
next year we have a plethora of first round picks.
Hold on.
Which
again,
can
those picks that
definitely too.
Okay, those picks that we required are protected picks. Those are nothing. Those are like
no, you can't say that they're nothing. You can't
Mark,
say that.
You can't say that. No, you can't say that either.
Why not? Why not?
No.
Okay, let's
they're nothing
we can dive into that.
If a team is going to trade a player with value, right? They're going to be ultimately looking for an unprotected pick. If I'm giving up a value player, so say like Javonte Murray, how they filling out. They want.
You know what it sounds like to me, Mark? It sounds
hold
like
on, Eddie C, let him finish.
But hold on, nah, it sounds like to me
Eddie C, let him finish. When you be talking, people let you talk, bro. Let him finish. Let him finish his point.
Again, unprotected and protected picks are two different scenarios. If you're trying to bring in a player with value, a team that's going to get rid of a player, they would rather take back an unprotected pick. Do you know where those protected picks sit with the Knicks?
Yep.
What do they hit for us? What do they hit for us?
Yeah, it's a lot, man. But we understand. We understand.
Okay. My point is my 11th pick was more value than those protected picks that could turn into second round picks. Do you know that? Those picks could turn into second round picks.
In 5 years they could turn into second round
like
picks.
5-6 years. You still have multiple chances, Mark.
I'm gonna let him do it to
Okay,
himself.
but you're not getting what I'm saying. If Donovan Mitchell is available, you think Utah's going to take those protected picks before they go look around and take unprotected picks?
Yes,
what I was going to say is, what I was going to say was, did the Portland Trailblazers, did Detroit take Milwaukee's pick from 2025 for Jeremy Grant?
Which is useless. Because he's just a good player. He's just a good player.
Let him rock. Let him rock, bro.
Eddie, the Knicks are looking for a player that can move the needle. Jeremy Grant doesn't move. He doesn't move the needle for no team that he goes to. That's the point. You're looking for good players. Are you looking for people that can move your team to a next level? That's the difference.
Mark,
you can move a protected pick for a good player. That's okay. That's the cost of it. But if you're looking for a high ceiling guy like a Donovan Mitchell, you're gonna need unprotected picks so that team can feel like they can get a young player in the lottery. They want to be in the lottery if they're giving up a player with so much potential in that case. But for a good player like Jeremy Grant, yeah, a first protect and go to him. I'd have gave the Dallas first pick.
Who's Mark? Let me ask you this. So you're clarifying. You're saying that a unprotected pick has more value than a protected pick.
Yes, especially the ones we got. It's horrible.
Oh, all right. So I just want to make sure because I understood where you were going. I think what's happening is in our back and forth. Maybe people are not understanding where you're going. Unprotected pick has more value than a protected pick.
The thing is,
right?
people are looking for good players. The Knicks are looking for a guy that can move the needle. Even with Jalen Brunson here, he's not moving the needle. That's the point.
Mark, I actually see the protected pick not being for ourselves. It could be so that we could have a trade package with something that it could look even more appealing to other teams. Because
and then you add in our pick being unprotected, and it becomes even more valuable with the couple unprotected.
Yeah, because
but what my man is saying,
the Knicks aren't giving up that 2023 pick.
I think y'all are trying to soften the landing. Y'all trying to soften the blow, bro. The thing is, what Mark is saying, based on the market right now, is accurate. Unprotected picks have more value than protected picks.
Of course, we all know that. But at the same time,
but what he's trying to get to is the bird in the hand is worth two in the bush scenario, right?
Yeah,
like the 11 pick this past week, in some people's eyes, was more valuable at the time than an unprotected pick in the future, where there is a lot of uncertainty. For one, you don't know what players are going to be available to pick when that pick comes due, and you don't know what year that pick is gonna be available to you to pick with. So
crazy. We have to understand there's other teams with better packages before they even come and look at the Knicks. Right. So again, we have tremendous competition. Our players are not viewed the way we view them. That's the point. This Knicks team is still at the bottom when it comes to acquiring great players. We have to stay in the draft.
You know that part is true. We did that part. I could agree with.
Yeah, that part
I would. That's part of the main point that I seen something else that said that we the only ones that value the players this way, and around the league they don't. But I said that's common sense. If they couldn't even overplay some of these old guys, like you got to be realistic. I said earlier, is it Tibbs or is it the talent? It could be a part of both, but I don't even think you could put that on Tibbs. If them guys ain't doing it, they're not doing it. So it's the talent that we overprice it, and I agree with Mark with that point right there. And if that's the point, that some things y'all got to get a major point. And if it crushes a lot of the other smoke, then that's the real point. A lot of people take a different way to get to what make you understand. You know what I'm saying? But if
so let me ask this question: You think Julian Duren? Do you think Julian Duren, the 13th pick, is a good player, a good lottery prospect, somebody that you can build your team around?
It's not about building. Hold on.
I would think so.
No, I would take him for what I see right now as value, because me overpaying for Mitchell Robinson will be even worse. 15 million for a center that can't set proper screens, that don't score on an every night basis. That's the difference.
The value, you have to understand what the value is in the NBA. What the value was 3 years ago, 4 years ago is not what the value is today, right?
The value is a younger, more talented player.
You want to know what they traded Jalen Duren for? You want to know what the Charlotte Hornets got for the 13th pick in the draft?
Yeah.
The Nuggets 2023 first round pick.
Because they went and got Mark Williams. Wow. They got value still.
The Knicks 2023 second round pick, Utah's 2023 second round pick, which is either Dallas's or Miami's, and the Knicks 2024 second round pick.
That's a lot of stuff, Eddie.
Hold on, Eddie, because they're not going to sign two centers.
Oh, but hold on, but they're like second round picks, and there's protections on them, and this and that. They're not valuable.
That's cool because
or as
again,
valuable.
they still got a lottery pick type player. So they just got extra. They just traded another player for extra
No,
to
this
add
is
on to what they
Charlotte. I'm
got.
talking about what Charlotte Hornets got for trading Jalen Duren.
Oh, that's cool. But what I'm telling you, the reason why they traded Jalen Duren is because they had 13 and 15, and they took
Right.
Mark Williams at the center spot. They needed a center regardless, so they still got value. At the end of the day, they did a 2-for-1, so they won.
Okay, so the Charlotte Hornets are a good enough team where they can just give away the draft pick because they have 2 draft picks. So in the lottery, so instead of taking 2 lottery picks to add to their team, instead they traded away one and they have the other one.
Do you think the Hornets are better than us?
I don't know.
They are.
No, from what you see, you think the Hornets are better than us?
I don't know, to be honest.
That's debatable, Mark. That's debatable.
Nah, no, that's not.
I see
No, that's
more
not.
wins.
So what's the point to the question? What's the point to the question?
I see more wins, and I see a more competent team with better players than us that you could look more down the future as.
Well, Miles Bridges can be lost this year. They still have Gordon Hayward on an albatross contract. A coach just ran off at the podium with them, and they had to re-sign their old coach.
What's wrong with the old coach?
It's just like
I think the point was going back to the acquiring talent point. It has nothing to do with
Steve Clifford. Steve Clifford is just like Tibbs.
Yeah, they best friends, right?
He's better offensively than Tibbs. He's better offensively than Tibbs.
Yeah, he more rigid than Tibbs, though.
But the question about why did they do that?
Because they still got value. They took the big that they probably really wanted, so they said, "Let me get."
So the Knicks did not get value. The Knicks did not get value.
No, not to me. No.
Yeah. I think
See,
you turn a blind eye, and it's bad business.
See, it's two. Hold on, can I say something? It's two different scenarios, Eddie. And for the Knicks had to make bigger moves because Charlotte has a little bit more talent than we have. So the Knicks has to make bigger moves in that situation. So I think that's just a bad example to win.
Well, the Knicks moves is in this scenario.
Personally, I think they have more. They have better offensive talent. They don't have better defensive talent than the Knicks.
I don't think anybody's looking, or Charlotte isn't looking into free agency to better their team, and the Knicks are looking into free agency to better their team. So in essence, they have to get rid of money, be it lottery picks, be it whatever have you, to make all the money that they can, because there's been scenarios, obviously this is bull, but there's been scenarios where if you get off everybody on the team, you can have an excess of $100 million in salary cap.
I'm just saying the Knicks made mistakes last year, so they're actually overpaying for what they did last year when they didn't have to do it. The team's going backwards, bro.
The mistakes were signing the players that they traded yesterday and stuff, right?
What they're doing now with this Jalen Brunson contract, they're overbidding themselves. Do you understand where he's coming from to play with? He's not playing with a Luka talent, bro. His game's gonna look totally different from what they run in Dallas to what we run here. You don't pay someone. You don't pay him max money of those dollars.
And he's not getting max money. He's most likely getting 27.5 million per year.
Yeah.
He's getting good value. He's getting good money. He's getting good money.
It's not a lot, bro.
Uncle Freezy.
It's not a lot more at all.
For extra context, people are gonna wake up and realize real quick that Jalen Brunson looks a hell of a lot different in the Western Conference than this loaded Eastern Conference, and they're gonna be really disappointed real quick.
Right.
That's just my opinion. But I mean, I know there are some that are valuing the Jalen Brunson, but you know what we didn't get? We didn't add athleticism to the backcourt, which is something we needed. Sure, you can say that you added a cerebral point guard to an extent. He has an ability to get into the paint, but he's not this over the top difference maker, especially
what is
given
he offsetting? That's my question. What is he offsetting what is he all setting something where it's gonna really do damage?
Let me say this.
Can I answer that question, Mark?
Oh,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, Mark. He was the number one pick and roll player in the league. We ran the most pick and rolls in the league. Well, third most pick and rolls in the league last year.
Who, we did?
And he was the number one most effective point guard.
Mark don't look. Mark don't know things like that. Mark don't know things like that, bro.
Yes,
Hold on.
the Knicks
Did the
ran.
Knicks run the third most pick and rolls?
Yes. That's what we trying to tell people. People are out here talking about the Knicks ISO too much. The Knicks don't ISO too much.
We run the third most.
Yes.
That's the only way Mitch gets the offense. It's the third most.
Yeah.
Right. Think about every time you saw Kemba, quickly, Burks.
Wait,
they ran pick and roll.
Wait, the Knicks actually this offense actually run the third most pick and roll. That's what you're telling me.
You asked us. Yes. That's what we telling you, bro.
You can go to clean the glass.
Let me ask you a question. Do you, when you watching the Knicks, do you believe that, Freezy? When you watching them?
Yes.
Yes. It's the truth.
Hey, it's not about what we miss. It's what stats says. And if they say that we are the third based on stats, that says a lot, man.
But here's the thing with pick and roll though. Everybody's pick and roll is not gonna look exactly the same.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
No, it's not.
Right. So
No, it's not.
the Knicks pick and roll don't have weak side cutters and spot up shooters in the short corner. Like say if you watch Dallas when Luka does it. When Luka does it, as soon as Luka turns the corner, he has a lob threat, a cutter, and a spot up shooter. It's why they value Tim Hardaway Jr. It's why they value cats like Jalen Brunson, who could be the weak side secondary ball handler. Whereas if you crash the pick and roll, if you trap it, you can kick out to Jalen Brunson on the other side, and he can create a shot against a weak side defense that has to scramble back towards him.
Mm-hmm.
But when the Knicks do it, we do the pick and roll and we get stalled because one, our rollers can't catch.
There you go.
Two, our spot up shooters can't slash and threaten the rim from the weak side, right? And three, our spot up shooters are not that great at catch and shoot where they make defenses pay. And most importantly, if a defense covers all of that and we get to the rim, we can't finish at the rim.
So, Freeze, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Who's going to be Jalen Brunson's safety valve? Because him playing with Luka, that was his safety valve. So his production of play. Hold on. When I mean a safety valve, there's someone that could take majority of the game. He can control majority of the game. Okay. He is 6 feet short, is what I'm trying to tell you. He's not going to move the needle as the way you think he's going to move it here. And if he does, God bless.
Who's Mark? I never said he was going to move the needle for the record. Who's Mark? So just to be clear, bro, I'm with you on the. I don't think Brunson is going to move the needle that much.
I just don't think Brunson, the way Brunson played for Dallas, he's going to look like that compared to the Knicks. Because
when Brunson plays well with the Knicks,
I never said
Mark
that.
is going to find something else to harp on.
I'm not going to find nothing to harp on. I've been right the last 3 years, so I don't have nothing to harp on, fam.
Mark,
I know my team.
Yeah, right.
Mark,
you just
the one thing.
Something it ain't. The whole lot.
I'm not hating on Brunson.
It's what you see. What's happening.
Come with facts.
Yeah, I came with facts. Not to sign Julius Randle. Not a whole city want him out. I told people go sign DeRozan, but they end up paying Evan Fournier. Now y'all want him out. So come on, bro.
And both of those are true.
Saying these things, bro.
I was an eyewitness to who's Mark.
I told people not to sign Kim because his knees
when he said we should join DeMar DeRozan instead of Julius Randle.
No, he didn't say Randle. He didn't say Randle as opposed to DeRozan. He said DeRozan as opposed to Fournier.
I'd rather have DeRozan than have Randle.
30. How much is DeRozan making this year?
3 years, $85 million, and he's worth way more than that.
Yeah, he's all NBA.
And
Was
all
he not
NBA
in the
and top 5 MVP.
That's 30 million more than Fournier's contract, right?
Wasn't he not in the MVP
No,
conversation?
it's 13.
Oh no, he
No.
played great. He played like the
Oh.
Chicago Bulls hit a home run last year. No
I
doubt
think
about
that's
it.
Did he hit a home run? DeRozan
I'm just
always
saying. I think
DeRozan always
DeRozan's
been
gonna benefit
reliable.
from that.
DeRozan always been reliable every season of his career, most of his career.
No.
You can't say that for Julius Randle.
You would trade Julius Randle for DeMar DeRozan right now?
Oh hell yeah!
What?
Nah.
Yeah, I'd do it. I'd do it.
I do that.
Age, there's
in a
big
heartbeat,
difference.
man.
There's a big difference in age difference. There's a big difference.
I'd do
Now,
it.
I'd rather
Obi
the smarter
Starks.
player and a player that can offset things. DeRozan can offset. Randle can't. In this league, you need players that can offset.
But what
other
was that?
players.
What was that energy when DeRozan was in Toronto and couldn't get off the? You know what I'm saying?
Because okay,
and
he's
he
going
got
against
traded
the
for
best
Kawhi
player
to San
in the
Antonio, and he
league.
was sat in San Antonio for 3 years. Where was all that energy for DeMar DeRozan?
So hold on.
Except last year.
So let me ask you a question, Eddie. Would you rather be in a player's consecutive every year compared to being where we're at? He went
Of course
against the
not.
best.
I want to.
he
I
went
want to
against the
win.
best.
I don't
He
like
went
tanking. I don't
against
like
the best
losing.
player
I want to
in the
win.
league.
I want to win.
Okay, it's just like you going against a boxer. You're going to lose because you're going against the best of the best. No one thought DeRozan could beat LeBron. No one. So it's not his fault. It's just that he's not better than LeBron. But is he better than Julius Randle? Yes. Would I rather have him? Yes.
Yeah, and he was losing, and he was losing against a team that was going to the NBA Finals.
Come on, bro.
So I would, yeah, I would. So
I don't know, man.
DeRozan,
But
Randle,
he's so good. He's so good, and he had such a stacked team. He didn't get out the first round, yo.
Yeah, it
Just
always
like
happens
Julius
with
did.
DeRozan.
Just like Julius didn't. Just like Julius.
Wait. He went to the Eastern Conference Finals in his career. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about last year when he was a free agent, when he could have been a Knick.
Okay, good.
Yeah, but their starting point guard was hurt though, bro.
And they didn't have their whole roster for the whole season, and they stood up.
But come on, he was hurt. He was hurt for a majority of the season. I think half.
Patrick Williams was hurt. Caruso was hurt. Levine was hurt.
Lonzo was hurt.
Guys was hurt. So
Vucevic was playing through injury.
Right. So then that goes to show you how things are so. You know, what's the word I'm looking for?
Randall's a fake all-star, and he came back and he played like how he's supposed to.
I ain't gonna bash Randall. No, I think Randall is what he is, bro.
I ain't gonna bash Randall either, man.
But for you to say that,
but
quick
question, crazy. Mark, if you're saying all this about DeRozan, it's the same thing we could say about Julius Randle, because they didn't even line them up with the right personnel. And I'm not even a Julius Randle fan, but at the same time, we got to keep it in perspective.
All right, so I want to
Freezy keeps rescuing Mark. Yes, he does.
Even when you give him talent, right?
Yeah.
His game is not. How can I say? It's not team oriented because he's such a black hole on offense.
How did he play the year before last? When he was a second team All-Star?
And that was with
Bullock. Let me ask you a question. Did you see that ever coming in your life? Would you bet on that? Would you bet?
Once we got Derrick Rose,
would I bet on him doing that again?
No,
or ever. You wouldn't bet on that ever. Julius Randle being an MVP.
He played like that. He played like that the year that he was in New Orleans. He played like that the year before he was in New Orleans.
I think a lot of people's going to be surprised this season.
Nah.
I feel because listen. We ever seen, or whenever you seen the stats, have you ever seen Julius Randle playing that bad and still have a 25-10 or 20-10-5? Like, regardless, like we downgrading a lot of players that we have, but I understand where you guys coming from. We are fiending for, but let me say this, Mark. We fiending for a superstar. We fiending for an explosive player. I understand, but we don't have it. And as of the time being, might as well let's just root for our players, but at the same time also surround them with the right pieces. I don't care if he stays. I don't care if he goes. But at the same time, we gotta make sure that every player that we actually get complements with each other. We cannot keep on building by project. Oh, it's gonna work out. We'll see. We just can't. We need to stop doing that.
But Randall's too selfish, man.
He is,
His playing style is not team oriented, bro. It
I
shows.
agree with you.
So who fault is it? Is it more Randall or is it more Coach Thibodeau in the front office? Because somebody has somebody has to put their foot down and say, hey, we're not gonna play that type of playing style.
Yeah,
So
but
let me
players
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Randall.
Let me ask you a
But
question.
players gotta play.
Wait,
So
hold on. Steph Curry is the perfect example. When something else is not going well for me on the court, I must do something else to help my team.
Yeah.
He
I
does
understand.
not do the little stuff necessary to help this team to be a better team.
I see your point.
When he doesn't get the ball, he mopes and yawn. He
Yeah.
doesn't partake in small. His spacing on the floor hurts the team. There's plenty of times where he brings his defender towards our offensive player. That's what hurts our offense. It's the little stuff that he does not know how to do that hurts the team because his team is dependent on ball movement and energy, and he destroys it. Why you think there's when Obi's on the floor? Because he's a ball mover. The ball moves. The ball does not move like it needs to with Randall on the floor necessary for these players to grow.
I can't watch Randall anymore, man. I can't watch him. I can't watch him anymore. I can't do it.
I agree with you, bro.
Let me point something out too. In the almighty fourth seed where he did make second, I mean he earned it, right? Even in the
He earned it. No, he earned it.
He earned it. But he wasn't an efficient. He was in his entire career. He has shown more of an inefficiency of being a jump shooter than he was in that 1 year he had. So the difference is with Julius Randle, if he's an efficient jump shooter, it works. But what's more plausible? What's more believable? Where's the evidence showing that more in his entire career, he's not an efficient jump shooter? And he also doesn't demonstrate what he does all fall being that great. So it's kind of like it doesn't work. It's not a basketball fit. Now, if he comes back and the jump shot returns miraculously and whatnot, then yeah, sure, it fits. It makes sense. It works. He kind of has a Carlos Boozer kind of thing going on. But as it stands right now, he's not an efficient jump shooter. Therefore, it doesn't work. So I'm trying to figure out the fit with Jalen Brunson on there because even with the pick and rolls, it's not like these guys are sitting proper screens and all this different stuff.
There you go, bro.
Ray, if there's somebody else instead of an actual player, because I just want to see what we saw last season.
Right.
So in order to see that, we need somebody that is known. Please, if somebody anybody in the Knicks, they actually hear this at this point, please hear this. We need an offensive, not coach, assistant coach that everybody respect so that everything can look even more fluently for the Knicks because we all know that Coach Thibodeau is defensive mindset of coach.
Sure.
We cannot keep because we remember, Ray, we had Woodson. We had Woodson last season. Not the one that just passed, the one prior to it.
Yeah,
and look how different we all look. Sure. We all love pretty much everything that we saw from the Knicks. Having that roster that we had, and we knew that we wasn't going nowhere. But guess what? We finished 4th.
But ninth. But this, you want an offensive assistant coach, right?
Yeah.
What does Thibodeau want? He wants his guys, the people that have been rolling with him in Chicago and Minnesota. And that's what, I got to separate what I want. Like, I want a Terry Stotts. I want a Mike D'Antoni. Like, I want an offensive assistant that makes sense.
Well, it's final to him. Hold on, but it's final 2 guys right now: Derrick Rose and Gibson. So they better do something with them and those contracts.
I mean, the reality is every time I look at the New York Knicks, I have to compartmentalize what I personally want for this team versus what they actually want and what they'll do because I'm not in their payroll. I'm just a theoretical GM. And as far as I'm concerned, from what I'm seeing, it looks like Tom Thibodeau is going to get his guys the way he wants it. And
we hope not.
Hey, well, I think. Wait a minute, y'all points are all over the place. Wait a minute, y'all just said y'all were bashing Randall, and we just escaped to an offensive assistant.
It is what it is, bro.
No. Hear me out. Because I'm not saying the bashing is not justified. I'm saying it is what it is. What I'm saying is we just bashed Randall, and we all of a sudden move from bashing Julius Randle's offense to Terry Stotts. Right. So what I want to do is go back to the Randle inefficiency and not Tibbs' assistant coaching staff, right? Go back to Randle's inefficiency. Right?
Yeah.
If you focus on Randle's inefficiency, is it all Julius Randle being inefficient, or is it the team being inefficient altogether? Right? And I think that's how we got to bring in the offensive guy to help.
Okay, it's
Right,
a little bit of both, right?
But let me finish. I just want to show you something. For everybody knocking Julius Randle's inefficiencies, right? I have the New York Knicks field goal percentages from the guards that were in the rotation this year, right? You see Evan Fournier below 42%, right? You see RJ Barrett below 41%. You see Grimes below 41%. You see Kemba Walker below 41%. You see Emmanuel Quickly below 40%. You see Burks below 40%. What in the world does that have to do with Julius Randle?
So
right?
one thing, right? When a guy holds the ball for 13 seconds on each possession coming down the court, you have to learn. This team does not get into its offensive set as soon as possible. So when the defense starts to set in onto the Knicks, when we come down, it creates hard offense for us to make plays, because Julius Randle has to hold on to the ball.
Yes.
Because he has to get off. He has to get off to feel like he's in the game. He's not one of those guys that can play off people, because number one, ever since he arrived here, he has removed himself from getting into the paint. He became worse. He became worse of an in-paint player. He became a jump shooter when he came to the Knicks. So him getting to the paint it's below average.
Well, you can't do that anymore now with a max player coming in here now with Brunson. So
he doesn't.
I can't do that. Can't. You gotta let Brunson televise the game. Telegraph the game. You can't let Randle do it.
So the thing is, you want Randle to be part of the game, and when you watch his move and watch how he plays, he needs the ball to be.
Yes, he needs his 20+ points, so he's gonna sit there crying. So
if I always said this: if Randle played more downhill, for example, Obi would just do things off pure energy and action. If Randle could do a little bit of that, the team would be a lot better, because now he'll be more of a threat. So that would help our guys get wide open shots. But if he's just standing in the corner or standing beside the offensive player, it hurts our offense, and it makes defense set on us, bro. We are not a team that is not dynamic. We're not a dynamic team.
And by adding,
and I wanted to say, not to make it
until Randle learn how to play a team concept, because his team needs to play with rhythm. Why do you think Obi started to go off? Because when he's getting his touches, it's in rhythm. It's boom bop. The balls move. Ball go from side to side. That's how you play basketball.
Okay. So who let? First, before y'all go, let me do this. I want to welcome somebody new into the chat. Right, I'm gonna take this stuff down. Okay, y'all just bear with me. First, the super chat. The Smoking Neck. Hey, where you go, bro? You supposed to be up here with us. He says, y'all Randle takes are laughable. And thank you for the generous contribution. All right. So hold on. Let me bring in CJ. Hey, what's good, bro? How you doing?
Freezy, how you guys doing, man? What's good?
Good, man. How you doing, man?
What's going on?
Welcome to the chat, man.
Appreciate it, man. Glad to be here. I see y'all chopping it up, so I just thought I would stop by.
Man, yeah, man. Come in and do your thing, bro. A lot of times, man, we try to get in here and chop it up, man. We get so passionate in here. So if you get cut off and all that stuff, man, don't take it personal, man. Just get in here and do your thing, right? But I want to say this to Who's Mark real quick before we get back to the point, because I think Mark is onto something, and I don't want to get in his way. But when we have people in for the first time, man, we got to do the welcome and all that stuff. Y'all know how it is. Sure. So here's the thing. How do we expect Randle to be more of a diverse player when your guards are the worst guards ever? Right? And you saw the shooting percentages, right?
Yeah.
I didn't show you the assist numbers.
Mhm.
The Knicks were 30th in the league in assists, right?
Yeah.
We were so bad at playmaking that our power forward led us in assists, right? But we blame Randall for not being able to pick up everybody on the floor, like make their game better. And he is a big, bruising, rebounding power forward that in a good season he can shoot the three. But we expect him to make our guards better in a league that showcases guards.
Freezy. Let me
I
ask you a
think
question.
Tibbs expecting him, not us, because I
Not us,
never
bro.
expected him to have the ball in his hand as much as he did, and that's the problem.
Right.
Hardwell, I'm saying this. If Randall learned how to make simpler plays,
Yeah, it'd have been different. Like I was
I
gonna
don't
say,
have
after
I don't have a problem with the guy talent. But for you to be an NBA player and you can't read the floor as quick as possible, it is a problem.
and you know what I was gonna say? This is the
Yeah.
main problem. If you still gotta prove that
They
and
still
not
won't say nothing
realize
about the
it on
guards. Look, they still bashing Randall. Ain't nobody adjust the guards. The guards are
No,
trash.
no. I'm
They're
trying to
30th in
make
the
my
league in
point.
assists. And the playmaking, we still talking about a big bruising
I
power
just
forward that's a
told you.
rebounder.
I just told you that that's
What
not the
about your
guard's
guards?
fault.
What
Tibbs
about
put
the
the
guards though?
Tibbs put the ball in Randall's hands, right?
Yeah. Right.
Right. I'm asking you a question, Freeze. Tibbs put the ball in Randall's hand, right?
No.
What?
No.
I mean,
No.
everybody know when even the ball was in RJ hands, it looked better. That didn't make RJ a better player than Randall. That
Right.
just showed you that Randall's not good with the ball in his
But
hand.
overall,
So
the
when you
offense
so
looked
when you
better
say
with the ball in RJ hands.
Randall had assists, he had the ball in his hand more, right? I seen him throw the ball in the third row a lot of times when the double team came. So what Mark is saying, a simple play, you being in the league so long, these simple plays should be second nature for you because you shouldn't be still trying to prove you 20 and 10. We sit here and we give him 20 and 10 after we bash him. So we know that already. So all we asked for him was to do the things that the team needed, and he couldn't do those things. So when you
Well, why is the ball in Randall's hands and not in the guard's hands?
Because that's only
Tibbs,
what
just
Randall
Tibbs.
expected.
I said
Because
it wasn't the decision.
y'all want to blame Tibbs, but y'all won't say
Freezy.
y'all won't admit that these
What
guards
does
that we
next
had
question?
last year
What
are
does
Oh, I got
Randall
another good
Tibbs
point.
never let
Watch
IQ
this.
develop though.
I was quiet for a while. Let me say one thing. I'm gonna get back out the way. I
Go ahead.
believe that that's why Kimba had issues because Randall wanted the ball in his hands as well.
Yes.
Yeah, Kimba knees was bad. I agree, but he wasn't playing that bad to move him completely, and that's when that proved to me that this man just want the ball in his hands. So that's why I want to see a guy that could come in.
Well, no,
Wait,
the Kimba thing is not true. We saw Kimba Walker play live in person 2 times this year. In person, we saw him twice. Mitchell Robinson set the weakest screen you ever saw in your life, but it was a screen. Kimba Walker could not accelerate around the screen to
Because
get.
it wasn't set properly.
Who's Mark? Listen to me. Hear me out. Hear me out. The dude could not accelerate around the screen. The dude does not have any burst left, period. The dude is a washed up NBA player. Period.
all right, I agree.
Now, if you had said, now follow me. Emmanuel quickly gets the same screen, the same whack screen in the same game, right? IQ turns the corner and shoots a contested floater from about 10 feet away from the basket. So how does Kimba not be able to get around that? IQ get the same wax screen, gets to within 10 feet of the basket, and he is a shooter and not a finisher at the basket. And then we point to Julius Randle and say that Julius Randle is the reason why this offense sucks. And the Knicks ran the 3rd most pick and rolls in the NBA last year. And Julius Randle is not a pick and roll ball handler. We ran the 3rd most amount. That's a fact. These are stats.
But
We get these numbers. We get these numbers from Cleaning the Glass. Go cleaningtheglass.com. You can pull up these numbers yourself, right? The Knicks were ran the 3rd most amount of pick and roll, and we blame Julius Randle
because look,
Freezy, I got a
He's
better.
number one option. That's why.
Freezy, I got a good point for you.
nobody's gonna admit the guards suck.
Alec Burks took over the point, right?
Right.
Okay. So when we say we blaming Tibbs, that just goes to show who he believed that he could put the ball in whose hand. And that's just the fact where Randall shouldn't have had the ball as much. When Mark came on, he said we know what Randall could do and Randall in the right
When
position.
we keep saying Randall having the ball and nobody, you won't even acknowledge the fact that the Knicks ran the third most pick and rolls in the NBA.
I don't believe that. I don't listen. I didn't see that stat. I believe you if you say it, but I never heard that stat. So if you say it, hold on. Listen,
Without the stats,
I'll be right back, y'all. I'm gonna pull it up. So
I believe what he's saying in reference to the stat. You know what I'm saying? If you say it, but the problem is, right, when he keeps saying I'm not addressing the guards, because if Tibbs, and I played point, if Tibbs put Randall at the point and Mark said it, he's not moving the ball on time to players, or players may think they're not getting the ball, right? It's a lot of reason why you could say guys is not making their shots if the ball is not moving fluidly and they know this is the way we playing. When y'all seen the ball movement with teams, guys was making shots. And y'all watch things change throughout the season. And even the coach had to switch. He put Burks at the point. He went, you know what I'm saying? These are all bad decisions. It was just like it was getting worse and worse. When it was still trying to win, do whatever I could do to win, when you could have just played the young guys that need the minutes for experience and help the team for the long haul, and we would have known who these players are. Randall to me, he didn't show leadership as far as what they really need for a player with that many years in the league. And like I say, I won't take away what he brings, because now that the ball won't be in his hands, hopefully we'll be able to get the best Julius Randle.
Do you remember that game, Freezy, at the end of the season? Oh, he went on. Freezy, when at the end of towards the end of the season, when we won the game, and that was the Randall tantrum game where he just stormed out, didn't say, greet his own players off the court. That game, he was fighting with Tibbs a lot because Randall wanted the ball. And he was like, and he says, no, pass it up. And then he was trying to, I think it was Robinson was setting a screen. My point was, it's just that towards the end of the season, he wasn't a team player right there. He stormed off the court. They got to win. He wanted the ball. He didn't get it. He was throwing a tantrum right there. And he stormed off the court. He didn't even, I think everybody can remember that game was towards the end of the season.
That's true. That's fact.
Against the Bulls.
You guys believe in trickle down chaos?
Yep, the Chicago game. Yep.
Yeah.
It was trickle down chaos. From the point
we got I have a question.
And it's responsibility.
Right? One second, Mark.
Oh, go ahead.
When we got Kemba and Fournier, bringing Kemba in like he's like, our lost child back to New York, giving him all that prop. That began the downfall. And Tibbs' format of playing accentuated that, multiplied that. Now, the fact that we also had injured D. Rose, who was one of our stabilizers as far as leadership. And then we have Kemba and Randall's egos contesting each other somewhat.
Right.
I think both of them came in thinking they are the man. And so they continued. And of course, once we got Kemba's kicked out of the game completely, it began more chaos. So it's not just Randall. It began with Rose, Leon Rose, coming to Tibbs, coming down to Kemba and Randall's interaction. And then, of course, everything else multiplied and began to create a chaos. So it's like the butterfly effect. The butterfly effect of, butterflies have spring can create a tornado in some part of the world. That one little move caused everything to just start to trickle and that ripple effect out to affect everything about our season. So it's not Randall alone. Randall has to take a part of it. I'm not going to say he can't deny he's not a part of it. So, Freezy, I'm sorry, but Randall is a part of that failure. But he's not the most important part, nor the biggest part. But it showed up in the end where everyone is like, that hurricane is awful. No, it began with that little wind down in the bottom of the Caribbean that started, and the heat of the ocean and all that combined to create a tornado.
When it started with Randall, it wasn't actually, it was last free agency when the Knicks chose to not bring back
Eldred and
Bullock when they decided to, because Bullock and Randall were really close. They
Yeah,
had
they
really
was.
good chemistry. I mean, it was spoken about that Randall was very upset. Very, very upset that they didn't take his word. He wanted Bully back, and they just went the other way and went with Fournier. That's why
to
you
a certain
see him.
extent, but that's still kind of blaming Randall
But-
for not being professional and
But
mature
chemistry
enough.
means something, bro.
That's kind
Yeah,
of
it
blaming
does.
Randall for not being mature enough and professional enough
And they
to
got
handle change.
He didn't handle it. He didn't handle it the right way, and then just everything. One thing led to another. Bad game after bad games, and then one thing to
I'm
another.
just
And
saying,
then
when you
everything
have
just
your own fans,
spiral. Everything
when
just
you have your
spiraled.
own fans calling for a rookie and Obi to play, and not your best player on the floor, that's a problem to me.
And they
okay.
got to figure
That's a
out this.
problem
this
to me.
Okay, so why was it? But here's my question to y'all that say Randall is the root cause of everything, right? Because that's what I'm hearing.
No,
because we
Randall is
Randall's
the reason why everything sucked.
No.
I'm gonna ask y'all a legit question, right? Legit question, right? What was the usage rate of our role man this season?
You would have to tell me. You the one on the computer, bro.
Bro,
The lowest in the league.
you on the internet, bro. You on the computer too.
I'm on the phone, bro.
The lowest. It was the lowest in the league usage rate for the Roman. It's got to be the lowest.
Right. So and not just in those pick and roll, not in the pick and roll scenarios, right? Not just in pick and roll, but overall offensive usage rate. Period. Our centers were 30th, and Mitchell Robinson's usage rate was historically low.
Yep.
Historically low, right? For those that say, well, Mitchell Robinson only averages 8 and 8, right?
Getting 60 million. That's crazy.
Right. But his usage rate is historically low. And then at the same time, with his usage rate being historically low, we were 30th in assists.
Because
and you're
we don't
telling
move the ball, bro.
And how funny is that?
This is about moving the ball.
But it's not even about moving the ball. It's about not having playmakers.
Yeah, well,
this is what this is about. And so you're telling Julius Randle to say, hey, take the ball out of your hand and trust Alec Burks in the pick and roll is going to find you when you roll to the basket.
I'd rather you trust your players than to be selfish because you're not that good to offset it.
So what's happening? So what's happening is in those situations, Alec Burks is not a point guard running the pick and roll, right?
No, it's not.
And you know what Alec Burks does? Goes to the rim and doesn't finish. Alec Burks was terrible finishing at the rim and terrible as an assist man. But you're telling Randall, hey, set this screen up high, roll to the basket, and when you flash, Burks will get you the ball, but the ball never comes. Burks goes
but that's why I blame Tibbs for not making adjustments to putting people in position to make better plays.
That's right.
To hold people accountable. And when we say, oh, we can't blame Tibbs if people play, but then in those cases, like you mentioned right now, then we can blame his play. Because as a coach, if you give somebody a shot, they're not giving you what you need, you got to make another adjustment. But that proves that they just trying to win and not worry about what we could do the next season off of trying to show these guys, because we don't have a guy that could bring us where we need to bring us right now.
But what I'm saying to you is it's gotta be one or the other. Either we blame one person or there's enough blame to go around for everybody.
It's not even blame for everybody, because we always say that even when you pay somebody, we paid this man. I heard y'all say earlier, we pay Brunson, then he has the responsibility. He's the man of the team. So once Julius Randle got the bag, we paid him, right? All the extra stuff we not trying to hear. We want you to just do.
So if Randle is the guy, then you can't blame Tibbs.
So no, let me ask you a question.
I'm saying is we can't say that neither, because Tibbs is the coach.
So then there's enough blame to go around then.
Yeah,
Reality, you're too quiet, bro.
Freezy, if you had Luka instead, and Luka's doing the same thing that Randall did, wouldn't you blame him first? You think people are blaming
Luka's a better
Jalen Brunson?
player.
Wait. You think people are Jalen Brunson to when he went against Golden State, he got shut out? No one was blaming him. You know what they was doing? They was blaming Luka. So it comes with the territory. Whoever you give that type of money to, that's how it works.
Yeah, but
Because your best player.
I'm not saying either. I'm not saying that I agree with either. I'm asking, for the sake of this conversation, for us to choose one side and not go back and forth. Either you blaming one person, or there's enough blame to go around. And if there's enough blame to go around, then point out those people that takes a share of that blame.
A hell of a lot of times last season, though. Hell of a lot of times last season, tie games down or down by 2. Everybody's a state of confusion during the offensive scheming over there. A lot that had to do with Tibbs, and nobody knowing who's going to take the final shot. Who's the number one option to take that shot? To either win the game or tie the game. That happened how many times? Was it Randall? Was it RJ? Who was it? You know, I mean, come on.
See, to me, the problem is it's a team.
Upcoming new season with Brunson here. Who's going to be the number one option taking the final shot?
Freezy, this is why we try to say about Randall, right? Because it's a team, right? And if we play better when we play team ball, and Tibbs can't make him get in line to fit what's making the team better, that's the problem where we point the finger at him more, and he got the bag. It's not that everybody don't get blamed, but it's the point of Tibbs didn't fix that. He's not doing what we need to make us succeed. And if we're not pushing the needle winning, then other players should be getting minutes to prepare us for next season to make the team better. If the old players that you putting in ain't getting us nowhere. So it is blame around, but more blame to Tibbs and Randall if their plan was to do as many ISOs as was
so we're
done.
We're not blaming one person no more.
Nah,
there's enough blame to go around.
RJ still could have put Hold on, y'all. Let me just finish real quick. I'll be quiet. I'll be out the way. I was just saying that everybody get blamed. We lose as a team. That's what that saying means. But you have to point out why we lost and why things happen. We got to break it down. And when they believed in Randall more instead of believing in team ball, and I think Randall the same way in his head, that's what worked against us. You know, we give him credit for being what he is, but we want the best version of Randall. So if you take the ball out of his hands, like I said, it could change the narrative, and then cool. But if not, it's going to look the same way, if you ask me. So
okay,
it is.
That's what I was asking you. So there is so instead of pointing at one person, say Tibbs or Randall, right? Because if you blame one person, if you blame Tibbs, you can't blame Randall. If you blame Randall, you can't blame Tibbs. But if you take the opposite side of that and say there's enough blame to go around, right? You can blame Tibbs for being an archaic offensive coach. Right. You can blame Randall for being a selfish ball hog, right? You can blame Kemba Walker, who can't run the pick and roll, even though most of his offensive possessions, 50.6% of his possessions.
We have to talk about that.
But 50.6% of his possessions resulted in pick and roll play. Think about it. Every time he touch it, 50% of the time, 50.6%.
And what do you think Jalen Brunson is going to be? What do you think?
Who's going to get the blame there with that new contract?
I'm saying, I didn't hear who's Mark. I'm sorry.
I said, what do you think? Jalen Brunson has to be in numerous of pick and rolls to also be super effective, bro.
Yeah, he's in the 90th percentile in pick and roll.
Okay, if we're not setting hard-hitting screens, it's going to look the same. And the guys that need to do that are your 4 and 5 guys. So if those guys come into this year and do the same thing, it's not the coach, it is the player's effort. You got to understand something. The coach could do so much. He's going to call a play, you must run it. If the players end up not running, that's on the players. I give out a command, the players have to do it. Now, if the players don't want to, you have to get rid of them. Period.
Right.
That's how it goes. If you don't follow the rules,
it's why Marcus Morris ain't here.
You go.
It's why Kemba Walker ain't here. It's why Marcus Morris ain't here. Because you call a play, they break the play, run what they want, and then it result in whatever. Everybody frustrated, including RJ Barrett.
My issue with Randall, I just wish if you keep
the Tibbs didn't hold him accountable either, though. That was the problem. He don't hold Randall accountable. throughout the whole season. I mean,
Because you know what too? You don't wanna rough his feathers because he's not tough enough.
Yeah, go ahead,
He's not
Reality.
tough enough.
Reality, jump in there, Reality.
But remember, Tibbs,
Jump in
they
there.
had to do their thing because of the fourth seed. You know what I'm saying? So you got to understand why they let Tibbs and that it go that way. This year, it got to change. So I'm looking forward to see the change.
I just, for the last 3 years, I told people around the webs, I don't think Randall's a scrub, but I prefer him to do the smaller things. I even said coming into the season, he didn't have to be all-star. I told him, play just how Joakim Noah played for his team. A very versatile big that could pass, and he scored a little bit and rebound and set proper screens. That's why that Bulls team was effective, because his play was the reason why the Bulls was so good. He was a top 5 MVP candidate type of player. If you're telling me he can't play that type of style for a player that barely could have scored, but Randall can, and he can't do that, that's a problem for me. If you can't play team ball for the Knicks, I don't want you on this team. Period.
That's what I was gonna say. Team ball beats superstar ball. You know what I'm saying?
Every
When you got
time.
players like Randall, and the problem is in his head, he still think he a superstar after all these years. If you made one
LeBron would even
all-star
tell you that. When
if you
LeBron goes
made
to Golden
one,
State, it's a different
if you
breed.
make one all-star team, you can't have it in your head that you got something to prove. And then now everybody know what you're gonna do. All the teams set all the double teams for him and all that stuff. So he had to make an adjustment. I'm looking for hopefully he bounced back. And before the season, like I said, my thing was because the East was so, much talent around the East last season, it's even more this year. So we got to play even more team ball just to be able to compete. And that's what I think we all saying. Not that we don't need an explosive player like Randall, but just to fit in with a system and know how to make guys better and do the opposite of what we've seen. And then I think he could fit because of him not being on that level to a player where give me the ball, get out the way. No, do your job on this team because we're gonna need a collective effort to compete.
Go, bro. That's all I
Yo,
ask.
Freezy, super chat.
Hold on,
Super
that's
chat.
all I take before I go. Great show, y'all. Nice to see some of y'all I ain't seen in a while. For the love of the game is on later. If y'all want to pull up, Freezy, great show.
Yo,
I
Harwell,
see
I'm gonna
you
pull
later,
up.
bro. All right, bro. We on like 7.
I bet.
For sure.
All right,
For
bro.
sure.
Later, y'all.
All
All
right.
right,
All
right, peace.
Hey, so Midwest Boxing, thank you for the generous contribution. Midwest Boxing says Jalen Brunson's contract and value is overhyped.
Ow.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, we got to see how smart Leon Rose is the rest of the way, because if he thinks that this Jalen Brunson move is that's it, we're going to win a championship now. He's sadly mistaken, Mr. Leon Rose, which you memorandum.
Contract wise,
That's the type of idiotic to think that. Like
What?
literally. To think that Jalen Brunson, if we bring him, we could be a championship team.
No, I didn't say that. So I'm saying he better not think that way, Leon Rose. That's what I'm at.
Well, I seen the reason why I'm saying something because I seen a report where he thinks that. He thinks
Yeah,
that.
no, man. Well, then that's why he's a mess.
If he thinks that,
Let's see what else. I mean, we've got to see what the finished product looks like.
Yeah, I
They
want
got
to see the finished
Noel.
product, bro.
I'm happy about that. That was a good move.
I'm
Get rid of
glad.
that.
I even said it last year. RJ Barrett, if the dude is not shooting over 45%, it's either I'm going to trade him or he's not going to get max money. Period.
Yeah, you
I'm
got
coming at
to
all the players.
Got to be
I'm
more.
coming at all these players.
Go ahead, Ray.
If he does not shoot over 45%,
yeah,
he has to go.
The Knicks have to let RJ go into restricted free agency,
Yes.
and then let him match whatever offer he gets out there. That's it, man. It's simple. It's business, not personal. It's business.
What's up, Ray?
Now I'm scared we're about to give $15 million to Mitchell Robinson. Oh,
Yeah, look
what are
now.
we doing?
Look. What are we doing now? We're giving $60 million to Mitch. If we could have signed Mitch 2 years ago for 45, but no, we wait till now.
Well, you could say the same thing with Dallas and Jalen Brunson. However,
Exactly.
Yeah, you could say the same thing. I mean, front offices make front offices make mistakes. They do good things sometimes. They do bad things. You could say the same thing in regards to Jalen Brunson, and obviously you could have offered him 55, but now we're at 100 and change. So I mean, it's a matter of perspective.
Yeah, it is. It is. But the thing with the Dallas Mavericks is it's like this. It's different when you're holding a transcendent player. You have a different type of confidence throughout an organization to say, okay, let me see what Jalen Brunson really, really got.
Right.
He went out and did the unexpected. That's what happens. But no one thought he had, and it was only one series where he was just dynamite. It was the Utah series.
The Utah series. That was it.
Because of the matchup. But
Right.
when it got deeper and teams started to key out on him, bro, it's a different story. He was good some games, but you're looking for a consistent level of play, especially if he's going to play 82 games with us. That's different playing 82 games with us without having Luka as a safety valve.
Yeah, it's going to be
Mark,
different. It's going to be different because they play 5 out over there in Dallas.
Yeah,
They
we
have
don't
space. We don't have that.
Freezy, the roster constructed as it is. Who's the closer right now on this team?
Nobody.
Randall, no, he don't even want to take free throws at the end of the game.
Mark got it right away.
You know what, too? No, you know what, too? I like Jalen Brunson. But when you're talking about that type of money for guards with this team, it's like this. If he signed up with Dallas, that's fine for Dallas because they run a perfect offense for him to be good. I have to see. It's based on me seeing what he brings to this team. And if it runs properly, then I'll have a different perspective. I cannot say that what he runs in Dallas is gonna duplicate here.
This either could be disastrous or it could be a
go.
real component to this team. There's an up and a big down. So
Let me make a correction. So I was wrong about the Knicks pick and roll numbers.
I knew you was wrong.
But who's Mark? Listen, I was wrong about the ranking. I was wrong about the ranking, but who's Mark? Listen, because you about to sound crazy, Mark. Don't do that, bro. Let me show it to you. I'm gonna show you the proof.
All right, go ahead, bro.
I was wrong about the ranking in the frequency, right? The Knicks were not third; they were sixth.
Yeah.
Right. That's still top 10 in the NBA.
Exactly.
Right. And I was wrong about the I'm sorry, I was wrong about the possessions. The possessions, the Knicks were not 10th; they were 7th. So they did more possessions in the game than I remembered. Right. But the frequency was not third. It was
very
6th.
low.
No.
Yeah,
It was very high. It was very high, right? They were not third. They were 6th. That's still top 6 in the NBA of 30 teams.
That's not bad. That's not bad. As long as you're top 10 in some statistics in the NBA, that's good to me.
And I'm talking about because they ran the pick and roll a lot more than what people think. They think you just come down, give it to Randall, everybody move out the way, and that's not true, right? The Knicks ran a ton of pick and roll time and time again, right? Mm-hmm. The only thing, though, the important stat here, and I want to show it to you guys, is the points off of the pick and roll per game, right? The
0.
points off the pick. Yeah, the Knicks were. Let me see. The Knicks were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th in points per game off of pick and roll. And what I want to do, I want to show it to you on the screen so that you can see it.
That's
so you
crazy.
can see that I'm not.
This team did not look like a pick and roll offense.
I'm going to prove it. I'm going to put it on the screen so you can see it. So you know I'm not just making this stuff up, bro. I'm not.
I want to say you was, but just watching the Knicks throughout the season, we just didn't look like a pick and roll team to be a top 10. I'm just sorry.
Right, and I understand, but here is I got the stuff. You see the source. The source is NBA.com.
Okay.
Right, the source is NBA.com, and here is it. So you see the pick and roll possession, like games played. Everybody played 82. We don't need to see that, but possession. You see the Knicks are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and look at the teams ahead of us: the Utah Jazz, dynamic ball handler; Atlanta Hawks, dynamic ball handler; Sacramento Kings, dynamic ball handler; Phoenix Suns, dynamic ball handler. Right?
You know, I would say that you're kind of right. You're kind of right on that. Now that I think about it, because Alex Burks is a lot of pick and roll. Pick and roll. I would say quickly from time to time, but he don't attack the paint to be a superior pick and roll player. He don't attack the paint. But majority, you got to look at it too. As with the possessions, remember Alec Burks was handling the ball for a long possession of the season. So it comes. It's not coming from like the team in a good way. Like the pick and roll ain't coming from the team in a good way. It's coming from guys that need the pick. That's ISO that need the pick and roll. They're not utilizing. My thing is they're not utilizing the pick and roll for what it's supposed to.
Yeah, but we knew that they're not utilizing the roll man. They're utilizing the pick.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
And that's what I'm. That's the thing I'm trying to tell you. Why waste an offensive player in an offensive set? First of all, you're not getting weak side cutting, which threatens. Ray, you know how we watch other teams and we complain. Oh man, RJ Barrett keep getting backdoored. Remember that?
Oh,
remember Kevin Knox keep getting back. Well, that's because the weak side, the other team is using the weak side cutter to make a defender choose between the cutter or the 3-point shooter. Either you scramble, and Knicks fans complain. Knicks fans cry me a river. Oh, he was late on the rotation. If he take the cutter, right? If he take the shooter, then they like, oh man, he get backdoored. Well, it's 2 versus 1.
That's why I feel like that's why I like Obi.
Like I said, RJ,
bro.
Yeah, RJ is a culprit too for this team. I've said it. He don't play up to par. I look to trade him, or I look to let a team, or I pay him less than what he think he's worth. He's not off the rails.
But it's Tibbs' off defensive system. Tibbs' defensive system.
Yeah, I ain't gonna hold you. That defensive system do not work in this league right now.
They double everybody.
What I'm getting at, but y'all listen. What I'm getting at is RJ, and the ice pick and roll has to come down from the weak side and tag the big when our big goes and presses up, forces the pick and roll out away from the rim, right? So now RJ has to tag that man for 2 reasons. For one, you'll get an illegal defense. And for 2, you don't want to leave a big uncovered under the rim by himself, right? So RJ has to tag that guy. When the ball rotates, RJ has to choose. This guy right here spotted up for 3. And the Chicago Bulls game is the game that drove us crazy. They had Lauri Markkanen out on the wing for 3, or another wing player in the corner. So if RJ scrambled out to Lauri Markkanen, who was red hot in that game, remember Lauri Markkanen kept hitting those 3s over RJ?
2 years ago, I remember that. Yeah.
Right. And so when RJ ran out there, they ran the back door right behind RJ, and people were like, RJ Barrett defense sucked. He getting backdoored by this guy. Why does RJ Barrett not keep track of this man?
So Freezy, there's another thing with this offense too. Why with this thing too? It's what I was about to say. When we run a pick and roll with Randall, right? He doesn't necessarily like when you run a pick and roll with a guy like that, talented, right? He does not dive.
Nope. Right.
He does not dive. If Randall comes downhill, when he comes downhill, you can look at the games. He's a better finisher around the rim. He has to be put in a position where he has to make the sudden action. You cannot give him a second, because when he comes up the pick and roll and we give it back to him, he holds the ball. He's supposed to either dive or he's supposed to take the pick and pop shot. And
but it's not just Randall though, Mark. It's our guards.
Yeah, that too.
The pick and pop should be there for us as well.
Yeah, like I said,
look at all those teams. Every one of them mid-range. Their guards mid-range shooting is elite.
But I think y'all missing what I'm saying.
Anthony, I said this too. Even with Quickly, people are trying to make him a point guard. He's not a point guard.
This coach's offensive scheming is expired. He doesn't know how to, you can't do it. You can't set up plays. You can't get a ball out of bounds without it getting picked off. The game we lose. I mean, how many times you pulled up a stat that time? Out of bound plays or something, Freezy?
Oh, it was horrible. It was horrible.
Right. And the other thing too, I want to mention to you guys is this. If I'm gonna tell you this, even in this whack offensive system, if the Knicks had 2 elite playmakers, I think this team goes to the Eastern Conference Finals with this terrible roster. Right? Right. And the reason why I say it is
let's not
right.
Listen, hear me out. If you get two elite playmakers, right, then what they do is they create easy shots for others during the game.
Yep.
Every time we are so thirsty for an easy shot that we lose our minds when we see Obi Toppin dunk in the open court.
Yep.
Just a regular fast break basket, we lose our minds because we rarely see it.
Freezy.
Right.
The thing with Obi, he has great tangibles to his game that can help.
He can make impact. He can make impact
Yes.
without the ball.
Without
He
even
don't need to
touching
be the
the
focal
ball.
point of the basketball.
But y'all missing my point again. I'm not saying, and this is not a speech about Obi. What I'm saying is, what the thing I'm pointing out is the open court dunk, not Obi. I don't care who take the open court dunk. Whenever we see an open court dunk, we lose our minds.
Yeah,
right?
because we don't push the ball.
I see what you said.
Rarely see it.
Because we don't have playmakers. Yeah,
right. Every shot that we get is a heavily contested shot, whether it's Randall or whether it's those guys that I put on the screen with the low field goal percentages.
Right.
The reason why their field goal percentages are low is because every shot that they take is a heavily contested shot. You don't have skill players. You don't have skill players on the team to get. Think about when's the last time you saw Obi Toppin get 3 open shots in the half court in the same
I ain't
game?
going front. If you go look at
the
those last games,
the Raptors game and the Wizards game.
he was open. Let me tell you something. Those games where we let Obi unleash, he had more openings I've ever seen with him being on his team from just shooting. He had a lot of open because when a team plays fast, we don't play fast, number one. When your team don't play fast, the defense sets are a killer to us. We have to push the ball. Aren't people tired of seeing Randall walk up the ball? Teams love when Randall does that. They love that.
Because they get to set their defense. They get to set their
They
defense.
love that.
Right.
So when we don't push the ball, we are excited when Obi gets on the floor because he understands with my speed and movement, it causes the defense to shift.
Yeah, with the young guys we have, our pace should be much higher than what it is.
Way much higher, bro.
Right. Hey, we said CJ, we said that last year. This time last year, we were up here pounding the table. We were saying young legs want to run. Right? We took the baby model. You know how you everybody you bring your baby home and the baby can't wait to start walking and running. Right? They can't wait to start walking. Young legs want to run, and Tibbs wants these guys to run. But when you have a 250-pound power forward taking the ball out of the net and walking it up, the other team gets to set their defense.
But then that's Fizdale too, because remember he tried to make him like a point forward, and that was the worst decision possible.
It was the LeBron model.
Yeah,
but
that's not his style.
LeBron James.
Yeah, when he was with the Lakers, when he was with the Pelicans, he wasn't playing like that. He was a role. Like Mark was saying, he was downhill.
Wait. Hold on. Let me say this. So I disagree with you there, CJ. And here's the thing. Ever since Randall was an early high schooler, he was the kid, he was the big that would grab the rebound off the thing and push the ball up the floor. Now, did he generate offense? No. I mean, I'm talking about intricate sets like a Draymond Green can do.
Right.
Like, did he do that? No. But would he grab the rebound and then push it up the floor? Yes. He had been. That's his. He wants to do that. That's in his thing. That's not something that he was taught in New Orleans. The Lakers, Luke Walton with his dumb self, didn't allow him to do that. Right? He didn't allow any of those young kids that you mentioned.
Wait, hold on,
to do anything.
Randall going back to the Lakers. You have to speak in context with that team. He was the third string from Brandon Ingram. That offense that he runs, I wish the Knicks runs that offense. Because what that offense teaches you is to move yourself and to get rid of the ball and be a team. If you go watch that Lakers team, you go watch that Lakers team before they traded everyone, that team was rising. That team was winning games. They just needed the next year, but they got traded before they were able to come together. But what that offense does, that offense teaches you how to play. It symbolizes your game. That's the thing with Randall. It's like Wiggins. When Wiggins' game is simple.
Hey, we getting feedback from somebody. Who's got that feedback? Somebody got some feedback.
That ain't me.
Oh, that's D'Angelo. Hold on.
Is that D'Angelo? No, that's not
No.
D'Angelo. That's somebody
That
else.
ain't me. That's AD.
Okay, my bad. My bad, D'Angelo. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so that Luke Walton thing, that Luke Walton offense, it is a great offense when you could get players to pass and move themselves. It's more and it helped Rand to learn how to pass because he's passing on his team. But because when he holds the ball, can't read doubles correctly, he can't play like that. He can't be under that circumstances because he was never under that circumstance. And I understand that.
Hey,
He's
AD,
more
I'm
of
gonna
a
mute you while
third
I'm
string
talking.
player.
That's just not his style. That's
It's
not
not
his
his
style.
style.
Yo, here's my
like you said,
concern right now, our team. We play not just below the rim. We play below the nets. And Brunson plays below the nets.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I
But-
fear having a team that plays below the nets. I want to have us play at least at the rim. Not play above the rim. I mean, you ever saw McBride dunk? He has dunked in college and in G League.
Yeah.
But in Tibbs thing, he drops
AD, you got
over the
feedback,
layup.
man. You're gonna have to mute while they talking.
Quickly, got elevation. Doesn't dunk either. Quickly drops the ball off right below the rim. He does a little layup. Our players will play aggressively towards the rim, and no one goes in with any authority. Like you guys talk about, I want to see
Yeah. No one attacks the paint for us.
I still can't believe what I'm hearing, bro. I
Except for
showed pick and roll numbers. I showed assist numbers. I showed all these things, and we still
you
talk
could use
about
the pick
Randall.
and roll. You could use the pick and roll. But that don't mean you go all the way with the pick and roll.
So it's our team, not Randall, it's the team. The team is playing below the net and not aggressive enough to make the move towards the baskets all the way around. And I think it's Tibbs' format to not have these guys. Like I said, Obi should be posterizing people all the time. Quickly, and Deuce dunk and dunk easily. But we have players who play below the rim. In the game,
I agree with that comment.
they play actually below the net. Forget about below the rim, below the net. I've known guys who could dunk. I had this one kid who was 5'10". He stand below the rim, he could jump and reverse dunk with ease. In the game, he never goes more than a layup. I just don't understand why. I'm like, why don't you go in there and dunk the ball? He just doesn't have the mentality.
Yeah, hey, we do read super chats. Hold on. Oh, I saw. Okay, I missed this one. I didn't see it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro. Hey, man. Hey, Midwest Boxer. My bad. I didn't see it. I'm sorry, man. My bad. I apologize for that. He says Knicks tank for this year coming up, and it's a high 23 NBA draft franchise players, the best since LeBron and other high franchise players. In this 2023 draft, I understand what you're saying. I still
keep your options open.
Yeah, I still don't believe in the tanking thing.
Nope.
I believe in the multiple. I believe at the multiple. It's like dating, bro. You don't just go on one date to find your wife. You know what I'm saying? You go on multiple dates with multiple women, and then when you find one, you go on multiple dates with that one. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't believe in like the one hitter quitters when it comes to that stuff. You know what I'm saying? And my preference is instead of the Knicks having one shot at getting the number one pick and then picking fifth, I would like for them to have 4 shots, and then if they don't pick fifth, say they pick seventh, say they pick 7, 10, 13, and 17. I like those odds better than trying to get into the top 5, because at the end of the day, you could still package those picks
to move up
and move up.
Right. Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So again, Midwest Boxing, I apologize about not seeing that super chat, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't perfect. But it's all CJ fault. CJ's supposed to be I'm just messing around. I'm just messing around.
Yo, Freezy, so how you feel that we about to give nearly $300 million to Evan Fournier, Brunson, and Randall as a collective? That's $300 million.
And who's fuck? You know I don't like that, bro. You know, trolling me, man. You know I don't like that, man. Dang, that was dirty, man.
Sometimes you go around these spaces. Sometimes I gotta hit people because I gotta hit him with a left arm, bro.
Yeah, you gotta bring them back to reality, right?
Yeah, I have to, bro. I only live in reality, bro. I only live in reality. Men don't have the service of not living in reality.
Right.
Fred Katz of the Atlantic just put out that the Knicks tried to shop Fournier and decided that we gotta keep it because it'll cost us too much to get rid of him.
So check this out.
So Fournier gonna be here.
If they got rid of Fournier, I'm okay with bringing Brunson here. I'm okay with bringing Brunson, but you have to shed what. Listen, I'll tell you this: if they was able to remove Julius from this team and get pieces for them, him and Fournier, to me, I think I would just like to see them go to get people that can fit as a team, and we go from there.
Yeah, defensively, Fournier is just not it. I mean,
yeah, he's not good.
You got him and Brunson in there as your backcourt defensively.
How about him come on the bench though?
Yeah.
Hey, let CJ cook. Go ahead, CJ.
Yeah, I don't know how that's going to work. And then again, I know like you was asking earlier who deserved the blame. I mean, it's not just one person, but it's always going to come down to the head coach and the best player, and that's going to be Randall and Tibbs. And Randall just
so one person doesn't deserve the blame.
Nah. I mean, not at all. I mean, because
so there's enough blame to go around.
Of course, yeah. I mean, Tibbs didn't hold him
RJ
accountable.
deserves some of the blame because he regressed.
Yeah, he regressed. He was inefficient.
With bad shot selection. I hate quickly shot selection. It grinds my gears. It grinds my gears.
Yes, I mean he played better towards the end though. When him and Obi were out there, they had much more chemistry.
You know what it is? I'm gonna give him credit because if it wasn't for him and Obi and that bench that we had the first half, we would have been the worst team in the NBA because our starting five was playing like third string bench players, bro. People forgot about that.
Yeah, the offense was so stagnant. The bench would come in, rose quickly, topping, and they would carry the offense, and then sometimes they would close the game. I remember.
And the thing is, the bench can't carry you like that all season. You need your starting five to finish out the games.
All right, so theoretical GMs right now. Assume we get Brunson. What's your next move for the rest of this year? Who is
I don't know.
I need a defender.
Reality, man. Reality been thinking in the background. Reality.
I need more defenders.
No, reality. Go ahead.
I need more defenders.
Yeah. What do we do from this point forward? And who's your starting five for the next 6 months? Your 6-month plan.
All right. So okay, that's a lot to unpack at once. Let's do it one at a time.
Okay.
Let's do. Who do you add if you add Brunson?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So and I know this is going to be unpopular off the rip. Right, but I'm gonna say this so people can understand where I'm coming from. Right. So the first thing I'm gonna do is go get a big veteran point guard that can play, make, and distribute. You remember how Sean Livingston was for the Warriors?
Yeah.
Oh,
what about Tyrus Jones?
Right. So I want to get a big guard like that. Right. That can be in that Sean Livingston role.
I like
right? When all else fails, he'll shoot it, right?
No.
But so there are guards out there. I think Tomas Satoransky signed overseas. I think there's a Michael Carter Williams out there. And listen, I'm not asking this guy to be a key rotation piece. I just want him to be on the roster, right?
So how you feel about Tyrus Jones from Memphis?
Tyus Jones.
Tyus Jones.
I like Tyus Jones. I like him. I like a DJ Augustine.
Nah, he's too small, bro. He's too small.
But the thing, but he's for his size, he's a great defender and a pretty good 3-point shooter, right? And so what we've lacked this year was a guy that can defend the 3 and shoot the 3 at the same time. If our guy can shoot it, he can't defend it. And if he can defend it, he can't shoot it. So what I want to do is get that one guy all in one, so you won't have to worry about taking up 2 rotation spots. You got one guy doing multiple things for your team, right? What I'm also doing is going out and getting a veteran big that's playing for his life, like Bismack Biyombo. Like Bismack Biyombo is not going to sign a 2 or 3 year deal with nobody. He is the 1 year veteran big every year, right? And so it motivates Bismack Biyombo to stay healthy, because if he get hurt, guess what? He out the league, right? So these dudes play hard. So I'm going to get a JaVale McGee, Bismack Biyombo type of center to back up Mitch. right, or to back up whoever the starter is.
So where would that leave Sims?
I don't want a Nerlens Noel. I don't want a veteran big on a cushy 4-year deal. Now he wearing mink coats to the game. No, I don't want that, right?
So
And
where
I'm
would that leave Sims though? Jericho Sims. If you're gonna get another backup, because then they get rid of Noel for his development, because he pretty
And
much.
let Taj go too, right?
Well, not Taj still there. Yeah.
But here's the thing though. Here's the thing with your bigs. All of them not gonna stay. Come on, bro. You know bigs get hurt.
No, that's a fact. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, so Midwest Boxing says, I'm in Indianapolis. I like listening to the show. We need the top pick ourselves. Knicks should trade for Brogdon, sign Bridges, and Nurkic, right? So the whole trade for Brogdon thing is clearly a Pacers fan trying to accumulate draft picks. Because listen, we already have 3 dudes in the starting lineup that are left-handed, right? That'll be left-hand dominant. And Malcolm Brogdon will bring the right-hand dominant pick and roll to your team. And most teams can't stop it because he's so big and physical.
About that. We got
Brogdon is like a big dump truck on a narrow street. He gonna get to where he want to go. You know what I'm saying? Now, how much damage he causes is to himself and others is the question, right? And so the thing about the Brogdon thing is, if Malcolm Brogdon could stay healthy, if Malcolm Brogdon could push the pace, if Malcolm Brogdon didn't operate on one half of the floor, we would love Brogdon. But you know what? So would the Pacers.
Right, exactly. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
He's not available.
Listen, I'm not bringing no injured riddle players. I don't have time for that.
Because we're trying to get rid of them right now, right, Mark?
Yeah, and I'm not looking to pay people that's not on the floor. Sorry, you don't have time for that.
Yeah, you can't stay healthy. I mean, and we got guards already, so it's like I
didn't say Mitch got the 60 yet, but to invest another 4 years into Mitch, a person that get knickknacks and hurt, prepare yourselves because he cannot. The thing is with him, I feel like I can replace that for a cheaper big.
Right.
So
especially in this era.
Nah, you can, but like you would hope like he becomes. You would hope he becomes like Robert Williams.
But what type?
Something like that, bro.
I was just about to ask y'all that. What type? Because the thing is, when we say rim protection, we don't break down what type of rim protection we enjoy. Do you just need a shot blocker at the rim, or do you need a baseline runner? Do you need Wilt Chamberlain or do you need Bill Russell? Right? They both protect the rim, but they do it differently.
I need someone that can man the paint. I need someone that can go against Joel Embiid on any given night. Mitch can't do that, bro.
But what I'm asking is do you want the baseline runner? Do you want the baseline runner like a Clint Capella, or do you want the classic Joel Embiid style where you bring the shots to me and I'll block them?
Personally, me.
Well, for the Knicks team, probably the Capella type, just because.
Yeah, because of what we got.
Because
now,
of what we have.
If you're telling me, I would have gave up whatever to get Ayton. That's what I would have did.
Okay.
I mean, he's not aggressive enough to me. I mean,
no, hold on. I
Aggressive
think he's aggressive because y'all listen, bro. If y'all even watch this playoffs, if you watch that Pelican season, he was the reason why they won.
Yeah.
Last year when they got to the finals, he was the reason why they got to the finals. The thing is that as good as Chris Paul is and Devin Booker is, go watch that Dallas series and tell me how many times you've seen DeAndre Ayton open.
Yep.
That's why he's leaving, because he don't feel part of the team. They didn't value him as they value the other guys. And he's the sole reason why they got to that promised land. Devin Booker was part of it. What, from a defensive standpoint, DeAndre Ayton destroyed everybody from last year till they got to Dallas. Now, if you go watch that Dallas thing, you see why he's pissed off.
Right.
Yeah, he should have been for. I mean,
He
that's
don't put up
that's
20
on Monty
and 10
Williams.
and not be aggressive. And he could command the thing is, what's so good about him? He could command the game defensively. That's what you want in a big, especially when you're going to pay him.
Right. I think that his biggest asset is he's a dancing bear. He is the legit. He is legit one of maybe 3 bigs in the NBA that can walk and chew bubble gum at the same time. Right? See, Mitchell Robinson can chew the hell out some gum, and he can walk, but he can't do both at the same time.
No.
Right? Right?
Very
And,
limited,
and
bro.
so DeAndre Ayton is legit the dude that can set the hard screen, roll through traffic, and then guess what? Catch a ball in traffic. When you got a big that can do all 3 of those things, because Taj Gibson Gibson can set the screen and he can catch, but Taj Gibson is not the athlete he once was. When he's rolling to the basket, he can get bumped off his spot by the time Taj gets to the rim. You looking like, damn, Taj, the game over. You too slow. Right?
Randall should be playing how Ayton playing.
Yeah, not even that. Not even
got
that.
the same
Randall
type
should be
of-
setting screens the way Draymond Green be setting screens.
Well,
and
yeah,
Randall's a bigger player than him. That's
what I'm
That is
saying.
pathetic to me.
But
I
I
hate to see big people not use their body for what it's there to use. You cannot be 6'10", chiseled up and can't set a screen.
I mean, once he learned how to shoot, he just started popping.
What about the shooting? You know, Draymond Green looks really good because Clay and Steph can shoot.
Oh no, doubt about it. But one thing about Draymond,
Right. So when Randall setting these screens for dudes that shoot less than 40% from the floor.
No, the thing is though,
No, but just different style though. Like
it's different style.
to
and
roll the score though. Like
Draymond can create offense. He can create offense
off the
because
roll,
he pushes the ball. He pushes the ball. He rolls. He makes. If he don't got it, he makes that pass. Draymond do all the intangibles I would love Randall to do. A guy that don't score but does the tangibles is way more valuable than an inefficient scorer that doesn't do the tangibles.
Triple single. Nah, but he's versatile defensively though
Versatile,
too.
bro.
1 through 5.
He can guard.
I want to see that from Randall. Like, Randall has the athleticism to be able to do that, but I just don't.
Randall is more athletic than Draymond Green.
That's what
Randall is physically stronger than Draymond Green. And Randall is taller than Draymond Green. Randall is.
I'm gonna say about Draymond. You can't move him on his spot. His core, Draymond core. You can't move him on his spot.
Right.
You talk about inner strength. Draymond got it.
Yeah, and I'm not knocking Draymond. I'm saying all these Draymond. And what I'm getting at, whose mark is Draymond gets more out of less. Like Draymond, he can't jump.
Yeah,
he's not specifically quick. He can't shoot, right? But what he does is have a high basketball IQ offensively.
I love me players like
and
that, bro.
defensively.
And the thing is, look at Game 6. If you go look how he controlled the pace and just hitting guys, if Randall could do that, we would be awesome.
Yeah, and I go back to Freezy point. Like we need the playmakers, and Randall's not that type of playmaker. He's not that guy.
He can make plays, but he's not like this.
He can't be
playmaker guy, but he can make plays.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
And the other thing too is
turns the ball over too much.
The other thing too is that y'all remember Eli Manning last few years in New York?
Yeah, I do.
And when people were like, "Man, Eli Manning keep throwing the ball in the dirt," well, let me tell y'all something.
That offensive line.
Crazy. You see how Randall throws his passes to his shooters?
Huh?
You see how Randall throws his passes to the shooters?
Right. Yeah, bro. Well, what I'm getting at with the Eli comparison, the last 3 years of Eli is at the snap, Eli didn't get time for his receivers to get open because they were reaching from him. His offensive line was trash.
Yeah.
The running game was trash. And then the guys that he was trying to throw to down the field, there was only one good guy he had named Odell Beckham, right?
Yeah.
Right. The Beckham kid, right? The other guy, so you triple team Beckham and then you zone up everybody else and nobody else can get open. So now you're waiting for Odell Beckham to beat triple coverage because the other guys can't get open. Meanwhile, the offensive line can't block a soul. Right. And the offensive coach is calling the simplest JV play you ever saw in your life. and they're like, well, Eli is washed. Right? And then now fast forward to today, when you look back at it, that dumb coach is gone.
Yep.
All those trash receivers that were around Eli are gone. Beckham is gone. The offensive line has turned over, and all it does is prove the point that if you would have gave Eli more weapons, you could have got 3 more years out of Eli Manning.
Thank you.
It's as simple as that. And so that's why I'm pointing out the thing with Randall. Does Randall have a major part to play for the dysfunction of the offense and defense? Yes. Is Julius Randall the total blame? No.
No.
Right. That's all I'm saying here. Right. Like I'm not copping for Julius Randall. What I'm saying is I think we unfairly bash Randall when Quentin Grimes can't create his own shot off the dribble.
Well,
right?
when
RJ Barrett can't finish at the basket, can't shoot free throws, and listen, you thought J.R. Smith was streaking from 3? If you thought J.R. Smith was streaking from 3, watch RJ Barrett's 3-point shooting career.
Oh no,
RJ Barrett is make 3, miss 10, make 3, miss 10, make 3, miss 10, right? And it's not rimming out. It's like, what the hell? He just shot a UFO. You know what I'm saying? It's not like Obi Toppin where it's a soft kiss off the rim and Obi just need more in-game shots to get a rhythm. RJ Barrett's shot appears at times to be broken.
And things too with RJ, bro, we just don't have an offense to utilize him correctly. Right. I always say this. When you watch him play in Duke, when he had someone that knew how to play off of him, like how Zion played off of Randall,
like Cam Reddish.
RJ, that's what I kind of envisioned for Randall sometimes to play off RJ. And it's hard for him to do that.
Hey man, in order for you to get that, you got to run a different offense. You got to run either a 5-out or a 4-out offense where you have guys that could dribble, pass, and shoot. Where RJ take advantage of the mismatches that RJ versus point guards and the RJ versus power forwards.
So and this too, Freezy, you just brought some up. When Randall gets mismatches, he does not take advantage of them ever.
Right.
Well, that's because he doesn't have a handle, and he thinks he's KD, and he thinks he's a perimeter player, and he can sort of create and make something happen on that. And that's just not the strength of Julius Randle.
I understand that. He can't back him down. He can't do a simple back down.
RJ Barrett, you talking about RJ or Julius? You talking about RJ or Julius?
Julius Randle.
With the slow pace that we run in the NBA, by the time you get Julius Randle and him backing down,
you're right.
Drawing another player to him, and you're relying on his lack of IQ to make a play for someone.
Not bad.
All over. So,
right, but he has lack of IQ, right? But he has lack of IQ. But here's the other thing too. This is why I think the Knicks drafted Trevor Keels. And I know you're like, what? Where did that come from? You have to draft high upside, high IQ players, right? I personally think Trevor Keels, and I know this is going to sound like hyperbole.
You remind me of Luke Dort.
I think this kid is going to be more of a Malcolm Brogdon with a dependable shot, right?
No, I would say Luke Dort.
Okay, all right. That's your opinion. I'm just stating mine. I'm just stating mine, just real quick. So what I'm saying is, you have to have guys in today's NBA that can play the positionless, that could put on the floor. They can play the 1, 2, or 3. Like Keels should be able to play the 1, 2, or 3 in the NBA, right? Once he improves his handle and cleans up his jumper. But the thing we like about Keels are intangible stuff. The double team comes to Randall. Keels doesn't stand on the other side of the court and clap and call Randall's name. What he does is see the passing lane, see what defenders threaten, right? And get in a position where Randall can see him immediately, right? It's like Wes Welker and Tom Brady. People were focused on Randy Moss and Gronk. Wes Welker was like, okay, y'all doing all that stuff. I'm gonna settle right here, right in front of Brady. And if it get hot, he's just gonna dump it to me for these 7 yards, right? And so we don't have guys that do that because we have guys with preferred places to shoot on the floor. Like Quentin Grimes is a left wing, top of the key 3-point shooter. When you put Grimes in the corner, he's not going to attack the closeout off the dribble, and that's not his preferred
He's
shot.
a shooter for right now, Freezy. He's a shooter for right now, and I think he's above 40% shooting threes. I think he's a good shooter. I think he has great shooting touch.
But that's overall. That's overall three, right? But I'm talking about preferred spots on the floor to shoot from, right? Because you can get to 40% by shooting 40% from every area, or you can shoot 46%.
I think he's efficient from 3-point. No, anywhere on the floor. I think he's one of those guys that he's a streaky shooter. But I think in his career he can be a dead eye shooter. I think that's how good his shooting is.
Right, I agree with you. Right on that part. But what I'm saying is Trevor Keels right now understands that Julius Randle having an outlet when the double team comes is more important than my preferred shooting spot on the floor. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but he got to learn. Yeah, he got to learn. He got to learn when he see the double, get rid of it, and not wait till the defense cover you, and then get rid of it before turnover.
Right, but what I'm getting at is this: when the double team came towards Randall, people said he held the ball too long, but nobody noticed that Reggie Bullock was covered, Elfrid Payton was covered. You know what I'm saying? RJ Barrett is on the other side of the floor, and Nerlens Noel is standing at the top of the free throw line, clapping like, "I'm open." And for one, 3 of those options are not good offensive options. RJ is on the other side of the floor. Now what? Does Randall dribble back out to the top of the wing? Because if he dribble out, then they're going to trap him in a corner, right? And so all these small basketball things, like you're not giving Nerlens Noel no jump shot from the top of the key. Why is Nerlens Noel even right there?
Not at all.
You know what I'm saying? If anything, he should have switched places with Reggie Bullock, so that RJ switch places with RJ. RJ catches that pass there. He can re-enter post pass to Randall if it's there. Kick out to Reggie Bullock on the opposite wing. Give the offense more dynamic ability. More so than praying that Nerlens Noel can catch a basketball.
So it sounds like Tibbs is the problem. That's what it sounds like to me.
But I think it's a front office. I think it's a front office problem.
Front office, Tibbs, they both the problem. So, Freeze, let me ask you a question about free agency.
Yes, sir.
If we was able to get rid of Fournier, would you think about bringing Oladipo here for 2 years?
What? Who's trolling me, bro? Who's trolling me?
No,
I love Oladipo. You know that.
No, I'm asking because I think there's some free agents that we could use for the 2 years. That's like for 2 years, as we rebuild it and stuff like that. And we would need like a guard like that could penetrate and attack.
A combo guard, multi-dimensional. Yeah. And then maybe you can catch lightning in a bottle. Maybe he gets healthy.
Now, let me ask you a question. Why? So Colin Sexton right now is looking for a $20 million deal. Would you have signed Sexton for that over Jalen Brunson?
Good question.
What's the difference? Same type of player to me.
Hey, duly noted. My thing is are you going to allow me to sign 2 other free agents? I'll put the free agent thing.
If I'm paying 28 to 30 million to 1 point guard, and I could pay 20 million to one, that gives the same production or give basically the same production. I mean,
not quite. There's a little difference in Brunson.
Huh?
Sexton shooting wise is a better shooter, but Brunson's a better playmaker, a better floor spacer. So
they're both combo. They're combo.
They're both combo, bro. Brunson ain't like a play. Like no, he ain't like. He's not. He's not.
He's not like Chris Paul. He's not CP3, but he's still better.
He made passes.
Who's Mark? Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
If in that thing that you just mentioned, would you allow me to bring in Malik Monk or Victor Oladipo to go with them?
I like Malik Monk because again, he's another fire starter that can shoot the ball. He can go hot.
But I'm asking if you would allow me to do it in that question that you just asked.
Yeah, because if I'm getting 2 players for the total of 40, I can bring in an extra guy for 6-7 million. This team just needs to bolster up just talent. That's what the Knicks need to do. You bring in talent, whoever don't works out, they don't work out. But again, you bring in more talent than to just bring one player to make it seem like he's going to change everything. It's best to bring in 2 players that can give those same production or even better and bigger for this team.
Okay. I would do exactly okay. Basically, then what you said, what I would do is consolidate both of your ideas.
Yeah.
I would offer Evan Fournier to Cleveland in a signing trade for Colin Sexton. And that would solve their issue because they run dudes on the perimeter. They run dudes out on the. They depend on a dude named Chetty Osman to shoot threes for them.
Because one thing about Sexton,
Right,
he's explosive, bro.
Right.
He got a defense tenacity to him. And to get him for 20 mil for a guy that shoot that scores 20 points.
He got injury issues too. I mean, coming off.
Yeah, he did get hurt too. But he's young too, so it's like I'm betting on that also.
Yeah, he got injured, but he's not injury prone.
Yeah, he's not
injury prone.
It's the same thing we're doing with Brunson. We're really betting on him. We're betting on Brunson to bring the production from Dallas to here. So I think it's the same risk. But if I could get 2 players for one guy that could score better than the other, I would think about that.
But it just comes down to the scheme too, though. Like, I mean, again, Brunson flourished in a 5-out offense.
The 5-out,
that's why he was able to go to the basket like that, because there's a lot of spacing. Knicks don't have that.
That's why to me paying Mitch $15 million crazy when you need a point guard that needs to get into the paint. When you're basically your 3 best players now need to get to the paint, but your center can't get out of the paint.
And Julie's like to be in the paint too. So it's like it's a double-edged sword right now.
That paint gonna be clogged up, man.
But here is the thing. But here's the thing I think that's intriguing. Right? Mitch is always in the paint, right? Or in that area between the restricted area and the dunker spot, right?
Yeah.
Right. He's always in that mid area, right? But I think he's always there because you never let him touch it. If you incorporated Mitch in the offense more, showed more confidence in him away from the ball, like, here, Mitch, don't just do the dribble handoff. Y'all ever watch Mitch do the dribble handoff and he don't even look at the rim? He just dribbles straight to the man.
Yeah.
Mitch catch it. He never looks at the rim, right?
Well,
He's like, hurry up and get this ball.
He should work on getting a little push shot. If you got a little push shot, he'd get the ball. He'd be able to score.
Something a little. He's 7 foot. A little hook shot or something that's a little bit away from the dunker spot.
Exactly.
Because that's the thing too. Is with the offense is like, even if Mitch goes out to the perimeter, his man ain't going out there to guard him for what?
Yep.
Right.
For what? Because he ain't taking a jumper, and if he does, he ain't making it.
Right, and now the paint is packed. Now is 5-on-4 defensively, right?
I mean,
when RJ get to cut weak side, anybody ever in here ever ran through the forest? You know how you run through the forest and them branches be tearing you up when you be running? That's what it's like with RJ Barrett going to the basket, bro. Right? That's why we can't.
And I know I don't want no injured players, right? I know I don't want no injured players, but Brogdon and conflict and injuries are 2 different. Brogdon cannot stay on the floor, bro.
Right, it's different. I mean,
and he's much older. Colin Sexton is what, 22?
Yeah, and Brogdon's dealing pretty too. I think it's like 22 for like 3 more years. So it's not something that's coming off in a year or 2. Like it's 3 more years of it.
And if I'm paying Colin Sexton for 2 years for $20 million, bro.
I think Brogdon is George Hill right now. Y'all remember George Hill?
Oh yeah.
That's what I think Brogdon is right now. He's like a really good vet, really smart, but I don't see him being a high level point guard.
Joe.
Yep.
I agree.
Let me ask you a question. How you feel about the 110 for Brunson?
I was kind of up and down, and I just see the Fred VanVleet extension, and I'm like, all right, that's what the market is, because I don't see Fred VanVleet's a better player,
Yeah.
But Brunson could be as good or maybe better because we haven't seen it yet because ball dominant Luka. So I think that's what the market is, and he wanted the money and that type of money, and that's what he's getting. So, and listen, with the cap going up in 2 years, that money is going to be a steal.
Okay, so
Damian Lillard is going to make $60 million.
He shouldn't. I'm sorry.
I think I heard
120 for
say
2
that.
years.
Yeah. Hey, shout out to I keep forgetting to do it. Shout out to Knicks Film School. Shout out to Macri. You know what I'm saying? I've been watching. I used to have Macri used to come on a lot here lately. We all got busy with a whole bunch of stuff. But I'm gonna have a guest on for Monday's Nick at Night podcast. Right. And so people have been asking me to come on, and I'm trying to be real selective with national guests and all that stuff. I turned down a lot, not saying that I'm not big headed. But y'all know the purpose of this show is so that regular Joes can jump in the chat and chop it up, right? Mm-hmm. So we don't have the same format as others where on
high
other
school
shows they
style.
And so this is our style, right? Like we legit have average Joes, and not saying that y'all act like average Joes like that, but you know y'all get what I'm saying.
Freestyle, bro. We ain't celebrities.
Freestyle. Right. And that's the way we like it, right? But I've been getting a lot of asks for me to go to other places and for other people to come here, and so I'm gonna crack the door a little bit for people to come on. So I'm gonna have a guest come on, a guy that named Uncle Alchemy. He's at Athletic Alchemy on Twitter, and he is a content creator for the NBA champion Golden State Warriors. So we're gonna have him be on next Monday's Nick at Night podcast. He's gonna come chop it up about the future of the Warriors, about the perception of the Knicks nationally, and things like that. So keep an eye out for that and some other guys. I think the guy from Detroit want to come
Spread
on
your wings,
and talk that noise about how Detroit fleeced us.
Did he turn down Leon Rose?
No. And so I got to start doing the programming notes and stuff because I think it'd be really cool for you guys to hear the perspective of the West Coast guys, and I think the Sacramento guys want to jump on too because it's convenient for them. Because when it's 11 for us, I think it's like
same boat as us, bro.
Yeah, but they don't see it as that. They think they're better than us. Right, and so yeah. Trust.
That's laughable.
Because I got into a debate with the kid, one of the young kids. I think he's still in school, right? Still in college. He was like, "Yo, what do the Knicks have that the Kings don't have?" And when I thought about it, I was like, "You right, you won."
Yeah, they do got better players
because they have a Sabonis, they have a Fox.
Players.
And they have a yeah.
It's still a laughable joke team though.
Yeah. Because they always mess up their front office and coaching hires.
It's
never been about the
players. Knicks and the Kings are like cousins, right? I mean, they're just different
twins. No, they're twin brothers. They're twin brothers, actually.
In a way, yeah.
Same dumb things. They take draft picks that they're not supposed to.
Right.
Okay, the Knicks done that in the last 2 drafts. They should have took guys that was better prospects than the ones that we took. Same with Sacramento. They passed up on Luka Doncic. You can't get no worse than that.
They passed up on Steph Curry.
You cannot get no. Well, I'm gonna say this: the Tyreek Evans at the time, I probably would have took Evans.
No, you wouldn't. No, don't do it, bro.
Hold on.
Don't do this, bro.
I'm gonna tell you why.
He was nice at Memphis.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because the perception of what you see as Curry now, it's in your mind. But at the time when Tyreek Evans came out, when the first year when he became Rookie of the Year, they gave him the ball to cook, and he was 25-5. The next year, they end up hiring Keith Smart. And if anybody knows about Keith Smart,
he will ruin a
he changed his jump shot, and he took the ball out of his hand and turned him to a small forward. And that's where Tyreek Evans went down. If they would have kept the ball,
didn't the Knicks hire Keith Smart at one point?
Hey, Joe, I'll go one further with you. Keith Smart used to go coach the Golden State Warriors.
Wow.
Did y'all know
And
that?
what they did to Curry?
Nah.
And Curry said,
Yeah.
Terrible. He was the in the fourth quarter for AC Law. Who remembers AC Law now?
AC Law. I remember AC Law, but yeah, hey, duly noted. Great
He's
point.
Smart is a menace to society. Every time I see him,
Yeah.
he get lynched.
Yep. Hey, so everybody, I got to get out of here. I got to get some sleep, man. I've been up all night, man.
All right, big
and then they had conference calls early. Yo,
bro.
you ever been on a conference call like somebody just hijacked the call and they start talking, and the next thing you know, they talking about like Pet Cemetery and all kind of type of stuff, and you're like, bro, you know it's a business meeting, right?
Yeah, that
Like
person's
we
on
usually,
don't take it out on him.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? So, but anyway, thank you to everybody coming out. Midwest Boxing, appreciate you, bro. Appreciate
Freezy,
Yo.
pray
Yo.
for us and all the signings that we about to do. Pray for us, all right?
Bro, yeah, we about to burn effigies, bro. We legit about to burn. we got to do something, man. We got to do something to make sure.
$300 million for 3 players: Evan, Randall, and Jalen Brunson. Congratulations, y'all.
Hey, who's Mark? Thank you for trolling me, bro. You just made my
I
nap
love you,
that
Big
much better,
Freeze.
bro.
I love you, Freeze.
Yeah, hey man, the same. Hey, love you, bro. I make sure you come back more often, bro. We think about you a lot, man.
I sure will.
We love having you on.
When we do something stupid, I'll come back. When we do something stupid, I'll come back.
So you'll be back tomorrow.
I'll be back tomorrow. No, Friday. Matter of fact, Friday. I'll try to make Friday. I'll try to make Friday show. Yeah.
All right, that'll work. That'll work. Hey, chat, thank y'all, man. Appreciate y'all. We're gonna get out of here, man. I'll see y'all bright and early in the morning. Y'all have a good day. CJ, come back, bro. Don't
Yes,
get
sir,
lost.
I'll be back. Yes, sir,
All
I'll
right,
be back,
y'all.
man.